Sure, the people are clamoring.
Clamoring, yeah. High quality stream from New Computersville, in theory.
Yes, all these high definitions, 1080p or
Yeah,
something,
like, probably.
95 FPS stream.
It's oddly specific. Oh, thanks, Chrome. I am currently live.
95 3 times HD sound.
HD sound.
It just echoes.
Fucking.
Oh, look at that. Discord automatically put me in streamer mode now that I'm streaming. I didn't do that.
That's what OBS. Well, that's what Discord does. It reads that OBS is running, and then so is like, hey, we're going to protect your information by putting you in streamer mode.
Previously, I had to enable it manually. I think. Oh, that's just a setting I apparently hadn't set.
Yes. That
The default
typically
setting you turned off at some point.
yeah, it's a default setting you turned off at some point.
That makes
Which
sense.
means had you ever yeah.
We've all been there, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes, when you're just trying to play a game and Discord's like, yo, do you want to stream this? Like, no.
Once would I planned Way of the Wicked, for a long time tangent here. Way back when, I was making maps like crazy, as any DM does, and sometimes maps would crash. But not that often when I was planning. I mean, not that often. What was more annoying was that every 5 minutes it would autosave, and that would make my computer freeze up while it did it, which get really annoying after a while. So I, with my hubris, turned off the autosave.
Oh.
And looking back, I might have spent more time recovering lost crap than I did. Saved by autosaving. So now I have it on, even if it means that sometimes I just gotta lean back and do nothing because Map 2's autosaves. Yeah.
You would probably be less paralyzed if you possessed a computer, out of, from the past decade.
That's true. I need to just get back to playing Blades in the Dark or something. Those very non-intensive hostings.
I bet Sheep wouldn't be paralyzed by an autosave if you were doing map design.
I have lost things.
That's
on your new computer? That's
no,
quick.
Just in general. Never disable autosaves. except the pain.
Like, that isn't even what I was saying with Sheep. Like, it's so haunted. I have lost things.
Yeah, the files.
Who can say when?
Every day, getting to save. And...
Take a moment. All the saved files, or there's ones that should have been saved but weren't.
Yeah. Oh no! I don't want to think about it.
Don't repeat our mistakes.
It actually makes me a little bit upset. Back then, I had to make all by hand, every single one. God, that was a lot of work. Anyway, does anyone want to give us a recap of what we did last time?
Sure. It's pretty simple if you missed last session, folks. Combat happened. We didn't do any time progression in this whole rain engine, one roll. Woo! Began at the winter. We ended in winter. The giants, clever enough to issue 3 attacks concurrent with one another against dragon holdings, the Giants Run Mountains. There was a peaceful transfer of position of power at one, the Ruin Watchtower. There was an attempted ritual to collapse the silver mine that failed. And then we had a combat afterwards at that silver mine. And that's the entire session. Congratulations, you've been caught up.
Yeah, that was mostly it. There's a lot of banter, or dialogue with the 2 sibling dragons.
We're not siblings.
Too much, some could say.
enjoyed it. You know, it was perfect. I had made nachos, so I could just sit there like a movie. Wow. You know. But yeah, I'm not sure what. Like, there's still one attack we need to.
It is true. There is another place being attacked. That said, you fought off the enemies at the mine. It seems like there is no more immediate threat to it. Your actions having banished the sort of push for the mine. Perhaps questioning the plan of attacking 3 places at once, though the urgency can certainly not be denied. Nothing else, force the dragons to meet them, simply with their amount of force at them. We can probably just go right into where we ended. Rare, I know, but yeah. Your enemies lie destroyed before you. Take a moment to breathe, look around. And the rest is up to you.
Did we have any intel? I mean, they're gonna attack the Fane, right?
No.
There was one more attack going towards the name that I'm not going to try to pronounce.
It's Clipgem.
Clipgem, yes.
It's the territory that Velignith snatched up from the giants, and they're going to throw rocks at that and just obliterate it.
Yep, and afterwards they wanted to move towards the Fane unless we stop them, and then they never get there, which would be preferable.
The Fane is so well protected against giant attacks. I don't understand.
It is, but it's about the principle of the Fane. Like,
your principles are stupid.
it would look so much better that I didn't even get to try how to attack it, you know?
I will grant myself these advantages and then proceed to not use them. It's almost like some sort of like misguided honor.
Just giving up that place I don't care about. I don't know about that.
Sure, you can certainly leave your minions stationed at the ogre camp.
What's your orders to the dwarves? Because if telling them to keep fortifying this place might work less well if the giants just are okay with collapsing it.
Yeah. I think it would be funny if the giants only thought it was manned and spent all that effort to destroy it even though there's nobody there. And then we can take the last fight at the Fane if they want to move all the way north. So, I guess... How would Velignith get the orders there, though, without being spotted? That might be the issue. I guess he could send, like, a runner through the mountains who can probably sneak in there.
I
Yeah.
mean, certainly, if he does nothing, his forces will be defeated there.
I think the plan would be to tell his forces to retreat. Like, the giants, if they're intending to basically siege the place, that should mean that there's... I mean, they can't surround the place. They don't have that many people with them, do they?
No.
So there's probably a way that my Velignith forces here could extract. Preferably without being detected. And basically, yeah. Like, the ideal outcome would that the giants destroy their own place.
It's mostly destroyed since what you did to it.
That's fair enough. I don't see too much value in that place.
All right. Sure.
Then why did you take it?
Because the giants had it, okay? That's all the reason.
Now they'll have it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can send word that his forces should retreat.
Oh, what a humiliating defeat. All the indigenous populations living in the mountains will see the true power of the hierarchy.
They don't matter. It's just that the thought of spilling more giant blood in the vein is
Only in the structures is
enticing.
truth revealed, and it's that the Red Dragon is a coward.
Shut up.
The thinks he's eyeing Timmy's doing like she thinks she knows what's going on here.
On one hand, you suggest caution and all that, and now you tell me to defend a place I don't care about.
I'm just saying it's out of character for Valignith. It's not something that it's worthy of like a compulsion. I'm just calling it as I sees it. Actually, if his character is being mercurial and capricious, then yeah, it very much is with his character.
I mean, what would Emmy suggest?
Amy would have suggested not doing this, not attacking the hierarchy in the first place.
Well, so this is sort of a compromise. You know, we don't attack the giants over there, let them take it, so we can do it later, because, you know, gives us more time to prepare and rest, and also it's just a nice feeling to kill giants at the Fane.
Speaking to my character's thoughts, she is uncertain how the giants would move next, other than that they are typically methodical, and after receiving news about what happened at the silver mine, as in they don't get any news about what happened at the silver mine, they will probably just methodically go back there and resolve it before trundling up to the Fane, as how they've always operated. So, to retake all this territory, like, you're going to be losing the silver mine. It's just how the giants operate. That's how they work.
I mean, if they come here, that's convenient too, because we're already here. Belingov can have his people scout. I mean, that they can fly. They can fly low enough to not get eaten by thunderbirds, ideally. And if they head towards the Fane and the valley, then, you know, maybe the whole plan of sticking the purple worm on any giants that come there might actually be something that could be pursued. Like pretending that Veristrix's lairs actually lived in.
Right, so Resigatrix and Invisary Leaderthier have lives to lead, and we're not completely at the beck and call.
Meanwhile, this discussion is here. The Cicatrix is just like fucking about with the dead bodies, like so, like she doesn't she's here because she's asked to. She really does not care about the giants. They've never bothered her.
Alright, how about then we get this over quickly. We go over to Clipgem. I don't particularly care about that place, but that is the last invading force of the giants. They might send more later, but at that point, well, you can go off.
Grimmeth fully believes that the giants will keep sending more later, because they have been put in an untenable position.
Well, there might at least be a duration of time where you can go back to doing your things before the next wave happens. And we'll see what happens then.
A skull hits the wall of the...
So you do want to go to?
It sounds to me, sounds to Grimmeth, your friend, that we are going to Clipgem. Yes.
Yes, let's just get these sets over with.
All right. You want to go. You're all sort of at this point pretty broken.
You know, we have things to do. This is just the first appointment, and need to get it over with so we can go back to scheming.
Other things, sure. Yeah, I mean, what you see when you arrive is pretty much a scarcely defended fort. Malignant ordered that whatever recruits he could get from the south would be stationed here. And so a ragtag sort of group of a couple orcs, some hobgoblins, a couple ogres, this and that are supported by dwarves, and not that very many lizardmen. It's really not a good place for them, given how dry and hot it is. A big bonfire has been made where corpses have been piled up and burnt, probably of the previous occupants. Beyond that, the crumbling sort of cliffy walls and remaining defenses are
Hello? You cut out.
Menakai just stopped.
Someone pushed pause on him.
Maybe he ran out of sun battery.
Oh, so soon. My goodness.
Maybe he took cat aggro.
We'll know what transpires should the server disconnect.
Dum.
Hello?
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 Hello.
Oh,
Can you hear
you
us?
hear me? Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
I heard you the whole time.
Oh.
Oh, what happened?
I guess it just decided to use a non-existent microphone. I don't know.
Oh, right.
I told it to use this one again and it worked, so just gotta take it, not question it too much.
Huh.
Anyway, as I was saying, you guys didn't cut out at any point though. It's just my microphone somehow got deactivated. Maybe a cord is loose.
Who knows?
But there are meager defenses of various species supported by dwarves. No lizard folk here. Doesn't fit them. As they see you flying over, they sort of there's some like jubilance. They thought they were pretty screwed. Every now and then, like a rock flies over and like crashes into the cliffside. Out on the field, across from the cliffs, you can see a host of giants have built up piles of rubble and are beginning to throw it at a great distance. Looking at them, it seems to be a large group of hill giants led by a stone giant who looks sort of uncharacteristic for stone giants. He's a bit more decked out. He's got like a cloak and some crystals on his head and whatnot. He stands out certainly. Beyond that, there is some mobs of goblins sort of swarming about the bottom of the cliffs, just sort of
No,
doing what
they
they
need to
do,
put it down.
shooting random arrows and such.
That
It
is
seems
the
they've been here for a while.
was the most decorated stone giant we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we've seen far too many sometimes.
Yes, we have seen more than 0 stone giant.
When they scout you, it's clear that there's some shuffling about. They're probably expecting the dragons to come close so they can get rocks thrown at them, but you're certainly not immediately in range.
Are the mountains like crawling with giants still? Because last time the cicatrix sort of snuck through the ground, over ground.
You can be hidden in the camp without too much difficulty.
Okay.
If you want to just they might see you come here, but they can't keep eyes on everything that happens. I'm just gonna reveal a bit of it because the camp is actually pretty big, given that it was made for ogres.
Where there.
Put you over here. I can imagine there's like some of your guys around. You know what? I'll give you some just to. Oh,
But you fought for this. It's just
I
like
mean,
tents and the fucking twig hut.
I mean, there were beautiful fortifications not too long ago.
Besides, we're not fighting for the place, we're fighting to kill giants, which is always a good activity.
One of my favorite pastimes.
Well, it's enjoyable in retrospect.
a couple of your people sort of gather around you if you land. You know, ready to receive your orders of what clever plan shall be employed to defeat the enemy.
You see, this is the wave of victory that they're used to riding.
Yes, clever strategies. I think my strategy is for us to just get in there and kill them. I don't really have more than that. I'd like my people to perhaps help out, perhaps to distract them, but I'm not sure what they can actually do, considering that as soon as the giants came and attacked places, any sort of army slash followers I had immediately became utterly ineffective. So maybe just stay back.
Right.
They could charge down. Like if you charge yourself, I could let them take care of the goblins. Say.
Sure. You
No,
know,
I mean,
that's only proper.
Right. So my concern with charging is that the hill giants aren't smart, but they're cunning enough to figure out the concept of we have all these rocks that we're throwing at the fort. We can just throw them at the dragons as they're approaching.
I have one idea.
This is where the clever plan comes in.
How much of the camp is flammable, Manikai?
Most of it. Not a lot of it is sort of made of stone. Is still standing. You sort of took care of that last time. Most of this is huts and tents and stuff. Some of them have been brought by the people who joined you.
So they can't throw rocks at something they cannot see. We can't exactly conjure fog or darkness or whatever, but we can most definitely conjure smoke. Which may or may not be enough to get us close enough that they don't really have many throws they can do before we are in range, as it were.
So what, you want to wait until night, then create this giant conflagration to attract their eyes, then we attack them?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Both fire and smoke, just to blind them, sort of, and also cover us in the particles, as it were, the clouds.
The cloud.
It's also a nice.
but
It's also a
But
nice
what if
way.
they just start throwing the rocks now?
Well, they
I
are.
mean, sure, but they
hurrying.
can't really aim at us directly, just in our general direction.
Right.
Just imagine there's like the occasional boulder like crashing down somewhere, smashing a tent, or like squishing some person. It's long range throws. They're out of their range, so they can't really see what they're hitting. They're just figuring, oh, just fill it with rocks and you're good.
And they operate on the typical giant timetable of we have all of the time we've required.
I mean, in warfare, a week is not that long. You can throw a lot of rocks in a week.
I could not throw many rocks in a week.
Well, that's why giants are superior.
Oh. Compared to player me, probably. Yeah, so the plan would be to wait till like dusk and nightfall, and then set the entire place on fire, creating as much smoke and light really as possible. Just a dazzling distraction that we can use to get in there.
Approach the giants from a different angle so that they might be more distracted by all the pretty lights than us.
Also, the insult to injury that the place they want to reclaim, the place that the giants established, just gets burnt down. As Velignev promised, he is a dragon of his word, even if nobody believes him.
Well, his interpretation of his words, he's certainly honest too. Let no one dispute that.
He doesn't outright lie.
I'm a little closer here just to have more space so you guys can attack from a different angle.
It never sounds good when someone says, "I don't outright lie."
Yeah, it's like
Do you trust someone who tells you, "I don't outright lie"?
Hardly honest.
I mean, if anything, he's too honest. Like, you asked him if his plans include to attack Thunderhome. He said, "Not right now." That was entirely honest.
Viewed from a certain perspective, with a certain lens.
Sure, though, you can certainly await nightfall. There's the giants are not going to charge. They don't want to. It's uphill, and they're not in a hurry. They have lots of rocks. They love throwing them. Actually, these hill giants. They're not the smartest, and seems the leader is certainly very methodical and sort of very boring, maybe even.
throwing rocks is both their hobby and their job.
Yeah,
That's
it
how you
really
get
is.
there.
Is it really work if you're doing what you love?
Yeah. So sorry. Exactly.
I'm glad you enjoyed that, Eric.
I did.
Hope you're looking forward to being dazed this entire combat.
Oh no, there's 4 of them.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course there.
Wait, where are they? Oh, they're all here. I see.
Alright, and I need to remember that grunts have 1 hit point, even though they are very large.
Not large, but they're hill
Lord
giants.
of Low Hills.
Well, yeah. You say hill giants, and I'm like, yeah, they're hill giants, but my character's like, they're hill giant.
Look at that. I
Dragon
mean, that crystal crown there, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, it's just crystal sticking out his face.
But that's less pretty. I can't take that.
Oh, I mean,
You can take his face.
Break
Oh,
take his
I
face.
mean, it would be interesting to see if they grow. I mean, they must grow through the skull, right?
Don't have skulls. He's made of stone.
Oh.
like every stone giant that we've destroyed has just crumbled to dust. That's what they do.
Bits of rock.
You can't even take. These people, these beings are clearly inferior.
Which means, like the crystal just might be easy pickings once it's destroyed.
Yeah, but how cool would it be to have a skull with like crystals sticking out? Like that
So-
would be a nice night lamp.
Well, stone giant physiology doesn't permit a skull to exist in a creature. I mean,
You're very careful. You can destroy it without breaking the head.
Right? They are beautiful. I wonder. I mean, you could just carve the head into a skull, right? Like that. It's rock.
I mean, cover any rock. It's a skull.
Exactly.
Yeah, nightfall comes, and Velignith tells, I guess, everyone to burn all their tents and stuff.
The tent?
Yeah, just everything.
Okay. Some of them seem a little bit miffed about that.
Well, don't burn your own stuff. Just the things that burn well, and don't burn your food. You need that. Just the rest.
Their sleeping bags and extra sets of clothes. And
No, not those.
Irons
Just
and-
everything
palisade.
else. Yes, the palisade that burns well.
All right, sure. Sure. Okay. You're not being hardlined with them, so at that point they'll just begin tearing things up and taking the traps they made and put them on the fire and stuff like that.
At least there's no Cult of the Dragon people here, because they would probably burn themselves too.
Well, I mean, that would be the greatest honor.
Yeah.
Just please
Yeah.
don't.
It's like,
If you go full
the dragon
dinosaur and
will
just
see
run
how
against the
much
giant.
we are devoted. You know. I mean, you wouldn't doubt their piety after that.
I would doubt their common sense, which I already do, so
Yes.
it wouldn't change anything.
You don't join a cult that says the undead dragons will rule the world forever because you're sane. Certainly.
No, not if you're not a dragon. Like, you don't have the lot to gain.
Yeah, you really don't.
I disagree.
These humans would be great off.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of opportunities for advancement when you're burning your stuff.
Sure. Cool. That can be done. Lots of plumes of smoke. The giants will certainly keep throwing rocks at it, and the people will try to hide in the smoke. Is the order still for them to? Should they either keep the smoke going, or should they try to charge down the cliffs to the goblins? Like, is that?
I mean, when they see the dragons engaging, they can be like 2 steps behind.
Right. They'll probably be like 10.
I was gonna say, are we sure they will join the combat if we are not there to push them?
If you're winning,
2
they
figurative steps, yeah.
They're certainly cowards, most of them, but that's how it goes with like minions of that sort.
Yeah, we should have recruited some of these fanatic goblin commanders. They're clearly quite competent.
Yeah.
The word competent and the word goblin do not belong together.
For goblins.
But either of them would agree. Yeah,
you
sure.
gotta say no to the three dragons.
You wanna try sneak around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then please, if you would give me some stealth checks with +2.
We've created a circumstance bonus.
Circumstance of fire, which is surely gonna make
feel
all
like-
the difference here.
I feel
okay.
like the secret. Oh wow! Okay.
By the way,
not.
Relicnith, you would have no problem fighting in all this smoke.
I know.
How nice for you.
Many of your people are coughing and like wheezing as well, but some of them are not. And those are proud and keep the closest to you.
Great.
Get fucked?
That's pretty fucking good.
Pretty good.
Now let's see the rogue stealth, right?
Oh god.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, Berserkatrix. You're a loser.
Plus
19
2. So I guess that's 24.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eat it, nerd.
I know, right? I knew it was gonna happen when I saw those rolls. I was like, oh, it's gonna be one of those. I feel it. Just
I mean,
You know-
there's 2 methods to sneaking. One is blending to some sort of existing order, like groups of people or like vegetation, and the other is to just create such chaos that nothing makes sense anymore, and then who knows what's supposed to be there and what isn't.
However, 24 is just enough to avoid Lord of the Hills' perception.
oh, good.
So you can all be hidden.
Great. How far can we go forward before things kick off?
Since you order your people, I'll there'll be additional. I'll also move them down here just so we have like this guy he fell.
Great.
We can't lose the dwarf with the white beard. It's the white dwarf.
He is
cool.
the white.
This guy lost
Exactly.
a finger to an owlbear.
Nah, who cares? He's a human, right? He's a human. Yeah.
Tried
Well,
to raise him. He did.
I'm glad he's still alive. It's been a while.
for now.
These guys will all go fight goblins here. That they can do.
Congratulations.
All right. Which this also brings some attention. Which side do you want to go from? I think you can be within 5 of any of them before they would definitely notice you. It is open plains after all. But
We could go around here and attack from this side if you guys would like.
Can we attack from behind?
Yeah, you're hitting.
Sure.
They're not paying attention to you.
Within 5, you say.
Yeah, if you want to, or further.
Valinger's people shall be the anvil, and we're the hammer.
Are you happy?
I don't want to be behind.
Push. I'll just mark you as hidden so that we know that you have advantage of that first attack. All right, good. I'll just leave the goblins and your people to fight by themselves. Sense?
I like it.
Roll your initiative.
It's pretty good.
So I roll theirs.
Roll a 1. Use the good roll, the stealth check. Makes sense. I'm like, well, my work here is done.
I got
Wow,
here.
my rolls are not great.
Well, let's see here. They're not surprised, but they're not acting against you during the first round. So I'd say I'd give it to you anyway, right? Like you can each take an action if you wish.
Okay.
Out of basically before we enter initiative, because they're not really fighting you yet.
Valinger's action shall be to request some draconic power, fighting us ancestral enemies here.
I want to make clear that I'm not adjacent to Berserkatrix. I'm flying 9 squares up. Berserkatrix can be on the ground.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I don't care.
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling the Manikai.
Oh,
It's important.
oh, rocks.
I need to know that we're not adjacent.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have your divine power. Berserkatrix, do you want to take an action before they see you?
Yeah, I mean, probably just gonna charge, to be honest.
Do it.
You know.
This is what you live for. I have the advantage. Ah!
Exactly. Adventure first turn, man.
You fought hill giants. They're big. They're smelly. They're wearing like random furs. They're just big savages. They
Yeah.
love throwing rocks, and some of them are good at it.
Oh,
That hits.
it does?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Big smelly hill giant. All right, so that's 25. 24? 24.
19.
30. 33.
Oh,
14 plus 19.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Oh, yeah, that totally makes sense. 33 damage. Blam, and you're no longer hit because you got bitten in the back. Immisure?
Sure. My action will be to just give myself a few temporary hit points. Because I can do that. It's within my power. I can close that distance, no problem. I don't really benefit from pouncing.
All right, then we will start with initiative. As this guy over here is quick to act, seeing the cicatrix move so close.
What guy?
This guy.
Oh, that guy.
As he will see a dragon, roar, and throw a rock at it.
No. No.
Dragons are supposed to be so slow, he knows, but this doesn't seem to be the case.
No. I'm guessing the hill giants haven't fought a lot of black dragons.
I know.
Incompatible biomes.
I mean, honestly, the Cicatrix every now and then, whilst he's, fighting them, is like, why am I doing this again? Like, I don't. I don't care about these mountains. I don't care about like ancestral enemies. Like, you know. Just like
Yeah.
No.
The Lord of Low Hills will look towards Cicatrix quickly, and with piercing blue eyes, Cicatrix will begin to feel strange spiritual whispers happening in the dragon's mind.
Ew.
She is a shaman, the Earth Giant tradition. Stone Giant.
With no it all hit.
Alright, take 12 necrotic damage. And his allies can +1 to attack rolls against you.
Alright.
Whisper of pain.
Sound like a horse whispering, repeating some sort of mantra in a language you don't understand.
Of
Oh,
course, like, I thought you said horse. Like, and I was like,
No,
what?
no, like rats. No,
That's what I didn't hear HOARSE. I heard HORSE. That's our fault collectively. It's not Malachi.
No.
the same word, okay?
That's what my head just went to. It was like,
Glitter hoovers.
That's why I said it's our fault collectively. It's not.
I think my mind just wanted it, you know? It had the two options
Horse
and it just
whisperer.
went.
God.
Sheep, I blame you. This is your fault.
I need a break.
Okay, moves over here, and we'll throw a rock with a +1 against the Cicatrix. No.
Oh, Lord.
Valinus is gonna move up to here and summon more fire, because that's what the situation needs. Weapon of Astral Flame for 41 with reflex.
That's a hit, yes.
For
Alright,
14
which-
fire damage, and he takes a -2 penalty to attack rolls until the end of Valinus' next turn.
-2.
Oh, that should actually be 16 fire damage, sorry.
It will be 16. Alright, 2 dragons. That probably means that they are all here. This guy over here. Try
They're all
to
here.
knock the dragon down. Relignith,
That hits, yeah, it's reflex.
14 damage, and you're knocked prone. It's a big boulder just smashes into his side, knocking him off balance.
Bonk.
This giant here, I mean, there's a dragon on the floor, so he'll bring the great club he holds in one hand, sort of baseballing rocks off, but then he'll bring it down on the dragon on the floor instead.
And misses.
And then he'll shift here. Cicatrix.
Yes, it is I. We're not expecting to murder more giants today, right? I feel like.
There's always more giants.
Yeah, well, I will use my meditation, is I think it's called. It's a minor action. Meditation of the blade, minor action. Until the end of the encounter, your dagger's damage die increases 1 side. So we're gonna do that. And then just gonna use our. Now I gotta see if I changed the bonuses here. No, yes I did. And we're just gonna use, yeah, sorry, it's fine. Oh, that's
That
bad.
hit?
It. Wow, these
Oh, wait,
guys.
it's a natural 1, so that misses.
It is.
Would have hit.
Yes, it is.
That
That is
one.
true. Well, I'll. Oh, I should have moved.
Now it does say move 2 squares, so that would provoke.
Before attack.
Yeah, you're moving. That's not a shift. It's a
That's
move.
true.
You don't have
Well,
to do it.
then I gotta stay here.
Okay.
I am moving.
Alright. This giant will shift back.
I'll shift. I was gonna say I'll shift here.
Okay. Well, he'll shift backwards and try to give you a rock in your face.
That. I mean, they have +1, right?
You do have +1, yeah.
Because
With a
I have.
34 reflex.
Yeah, that should hit. Yep.
Alright, then you take 12 damage and knock prone. Just picks up another rock. Plenty of them here.
I have concealed.
It's sort of what they're here for, really. This giant, he's mad though. He sees this and this is just bad.
I'm not
Good
prone.
charge.
Yeah.
He'll charge with like this, swinging his big club.
That's a miss.
He should have learned the Grand Slam, but he isn't an
The
ogre.
ancient ogre technique.
This guy sees another dragon that's been knocked prone. Will also charge. So 31.
No.
31?
Yes.
Yeah, but why does he have 31?
You're
Advantage because you're prone.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, then I'll hit. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take 10 points of damage. He won't push you. Fine where you are.
Oof.
Actually, he will push you. He can push you closer together.
Oh no.
You know why? Gotta move over here and
I
throw a
don't.
rock at Malignus
Nope, miss.
because the other guys have area of effect attack.
Hmm.
They get close together, they can hit you both. In Missouri, you see dragons being pelted by rocks.
good, good. They've all made their moves. Now it's her time. Dirt, 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 dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, scree. Go fly by. Think, say, my fly speed is 9, so yeah, I
Yes.
can sort of insert myself into wherever I so please.
Incredibly fast dragon.
I
think it
forgot
seems-
how fast you can move.
This is
I think
very
it seems fitting for me to touch down here as the green dragon swoops out of the night.
yes, strike of green lightning.
Tumbles in. Looks at the Lord of Low Hills.
His face
luck.
is impassive, but he's wearing a bunch of what looks like hill giant jewelry. So like some pieces of a clay pot on a leather string, and like a couple dead rabbits, and stuff.
Fucking fucking stone giants, man. She's just she likes it when her enemies, have some sort of facial expressions.
Yeah,
Doesn't really know how to work with this.
he's
Lard
very
doesn't have it.
passive about being the hill giant king.
I guess it makes sense in the hierarchy, but man, this 4-stone giant.
Yeah,
Shit. Would I rather be an accountant or this guy? I think a minor action is going to be used to activate Battle Mind's Demand, so that the Lord of Low Hills and Rock Thrower 6 are both marked by her, and I'll subtract a power point. As for the standard action, I believe it will be with the Living Fortress attack. A shroud of rock and debris will rise up from the ground beneath her and surround her, and begin to swirl around her. She lashes out at the stone giant. 35 versus armor class.
Oh yes, that hits.
27 damage, and until the end of the encounter, she and allies adjacent to her have cover.
Uses stone bones to reduce the damage taken by 5. As long as he's not bloodied, he reduces the damage of the first attack he takes anywhere.
Alright, makes sense. It fits in with what they've been doing. That'll be the end of my turn.
Crunch. Bash into his stone body. Well, this giant, come over here. Swing a club.
Okay, that will miss and will provoke a persistent harrier attack into the hill giant. 35 versus armor class.
Okay, he swings a club and then he just gets
So it basically just goes right through the hill giant,
crunch.
and she will teleport there.
Like a dolphin jumping a wave.
That's me, the intelligent dolphin.
Throws a rock at Missouri.
Will not hit.
All roaring over here. This one sees that display. That's rude. He doesn't like it. Make sure he can get a knockdown throw.
Will not hit.
Well, Lord Hills did not want to be marked by that one. That's problematic. That's not what he does. So be it, though. What are you going to do, really? He will take up his big rock-breaking warhammer and try to swing it at the dragon.
That will miss.
I'll shift back here.
She will follow after.
So be it. This hill giant. Is he smart? No, she's not smart. Go here and charge. Swing his club with a +1.
That will not hit.
Malignith.
Right.
Giant looms above you.
If prone will not be loomed over.
I've worked to gather them. Herding them in.
Yeah, move action to stand up. Minor action to sustain his weapon of astral flame, which lets him do an attack on grunt 2 here. Before he does that, he's gonna use his free action divine fortune to get a +1 on this, which means he has big old bonus 34 versus reflex.
That hits easily, yeah.
I just really want to hit this guy. Okay,
He's
And-
been burnt to crisp.
great. And then he's gonna
Breath of
turn
flame.
around. Speaking of that breath of flame, he's gonna breathe like so. Unfortunately, can't hit Emmy. Which
Yeah, do it.
will be 35 against the Lord.
Looks like all hits.
Okay, for 23 fire damage, and the Cicatrix gets 6 temporary hit points.
Do I still take the damage?
No.
You don't take the damage.
Woo! I was gonna say, oh!
One of the giants is bloodied by the flame blasting out over them.
That is a lot.
It's okay, Chief, because I have more than that in temporary HP right now anyway.
Oh, you do, okay. Yeah, the fire washing over the Cicatrix looks like it should hurt, but it instead invigorates. And that'll be Valin's turn, because I used all the actions.
Yeah. Right, well, this rock thrower was actually pretty happy with what he was doing. Feels good about it. So he's going to do it again. Knockdown throw with Ignith. That'll be a no.
That misses Valignus Reflex.
My
Wow.
God.
What a world we live in.
This one doesn't want to be near him, so he'll go over here instead. And then also do a knockdown throw on him.
Okay.
This time he will choose to push 2 squares, though. Malignith here.
Oh no.
Taking 17 damage. There you go. Cicatrix.
Leave, run.
Oh, I'm not standing here. Kidding me? Yes, I shall use my. Where is it? Blade? Was it blade? Yes. Yes. I will use my blade alt and move. So you have 2 squares first, and I'll target the giant rock.
You're prone.
Oh, that is true.
Could stand up as a move, though.
Yeah, I'll do that. And then, use my skill.
Yeah.
Clear
And stab a giant. 18.
Is the extra damage from having shifted in there already?
I don't get an extra damage, I get extra easy pressure.
No,
Oh,
for-
no, that's true. Oh, yeah. No, it's not, so that's +8.
Damn.
For every square shifted. Okay.
Yeah, you slice into him. He
And
stumbles.
then I think
Minor.
Yeah, I was gonna do an action point.
I was pretty sure you spent yours last week. I know your token says you haven't, but I thought all 3 of us had used our action points.
No, I added. Oh.
Hmm?
No, I'll skip it. Inventory.
Yeah, I don't remember whether you did or not.
This chat. Will shift backwards. Will frown. Will throw a knockdown throw on my Cicatrix. It's 31.
That'll miss just because of your shifting, yeah?
No, that I have 31 shift.
But you
I
shifted.
well, yeah, I have 30 and then 31.
No, it
Oh.
looks like you've got 31 base.
Yeah, you're 31 base is what your token says. Okay.
Truth has 30.
It says 30 armor class, 26 fortitude, 31 reflex, and 24 will.
It's reflex. Sorry, I
Yep.
completely. Yeah, no, that will not hit.
Well, there you go.
Wait, but he has +1.
No, he doesn't anymore. That was only for a
Mark.
round.
Well,
That was last round. You narrowly escaped the.
the stare.
Malignant wouldn't escape this guy. Run down here. Swing a club at him.
What? Does that not provoke?
No, he run past you.
Oh, he went past me.
He misses, however.
Yeah. This guy will throw a rocket, Malignant.
It's like a weird flank chain here.
Yep.
Is.
I was like, this should go going.
Thunk.
Or here. I mean, look at this.
In Missouri.
Missouri Leader Theory. Eyes the Lord of Low Hills. Eyes were cicatrix on the other side. And I'll choose to delay. I'll let you know when I want to act.
Okay. Yeah. This giant over here is perfectly happy just throwing a rocket in Missouri.
That will hit.
That's a nat 20 for 10 damage.
Take off all the temp HP and subtract 1 off the normal pool.
Oh, this giant had really hoped to get people closer together. He loved bringing people together, you know? That's just
Yeah, that's nice. For the
That's what
holiday.
do with his life. And you just... So a cicatrix can get a knockdown throw. 33.
That will do
Okay,
it.
15 damage, and you push 2 squares backwards.
No! No to that. Don't like it. 50 damage.
Should ask the dwarves how they get pushed less.
No, it's not okay. Up there.
Oh, that way. Oh. Yes, just many.
Okay, this guy shift here.
And shifts, and she will teleport after.
Uh-huh. Right. That's to be expected, he supposes. God. Wishes you could move more, but that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you wish you could...
I know that.
Will instead smash the earth with the hammer, making parts of it rise up violently under you.
Okay.
And a minor earthquake in a close burst 3, targeting enemies.
That will miss.
And Vesicatrix.
That will miss me.
No.
And Vesicatrix.
No.
It's like a nose all around. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
I will take my turn after he is done.
Okay. Beautifully though, he can do something else, and he's probably just going to do it because this is getting problematic otherwise. He will spend his action point. And he'd hope to get all dragons with this, but that just can't happen. As he will point it south of him and call for an earth storm. A big attack here. We have a Cicatrix. As natural one. And Valignith.
That hits.
Alright. It can take 17 damage. I guess he's pushed 1 square, but he's also blinded.
That's really rude. An adjacent enemy marked by me dealing damage to an ally with an attack that doesn't include me as a target, he can take that force and psychic damage.
He will then.
Right, also, Valignith as a reaction to getting bloodied.
Okay.
Will get some resistance, and also activate the healing surge he gets when he gets bloodied. Surge plus 4.
Blasts a massive blast of rock and earth. And then sees the Valignith looks better.
Looks
While he
angrier.
feels terrible.
Yep.
Does not make sense. But he's learned not to question things that don't make sense in this position. Oh, you wanted to act, yes.
Yep. Now go ahead and move me an initiative beneath the Lord of Low Hells.
Up here.
She scowls. She figures she's got these stupid, simple stone giants figured out. She rears back and lashes out at the stone giant's mind with a burst of pain with her mind blade attack. 34 versus will.
Oh, yes.
The stone giant falls unconscious, save ends.
Oh.
Just
Oh,
like, I
my.
bet like a strike, and then his eyes just like shut off, and he's just like falls to the ground.
And she roars out a laughter, as it is, that all the hill giants can see their lord fall before them. As a minor action, she will swivel her head and breathe poison over the hill giant grunt and rock thrower. 36 and 29 versus reflex.
Yes and yes.
10 poison damage. Woo.
Sometimes that's all that's needed.
That's right. As a move action, she'll laugh. And she'll say in giant, "You are fools to stand against your bane." That'll be the end of her turn.
Actually feels pretty intimidated here. We shift backwards for a rocket. Missouri just trying to.
No,
He just hits like one of the. Maybe just hits, then joins the swarm.
that sounds fitting, yeah.
Malignith.
Right.
Can't see what happened, but it's probably really cool.
I mean, I think he suspects. Also, a little bit of blindness is not going to stop him. He's just going to shrug that off with a minor action.
Stones in his eyes. He will just have stones in
Scrape
his
them
eyes.
out.
Crunch him into gravel and whip him away. That's a minor action. As a move action, he is then going to use another minor action to sustain his daily. And as a standard action, he's going to charge. Like so. That is the closest square, yeah.
Sure is.
Oh, that guy's gonna eat
He is
shit.
gonna charge. Actually, no, that doesn't work because coup de grace is a specific standard action.
You can still charge.
Well, then the standard action would be a charge, though. It wouldn't count as a coup de grace, would it?
I don't think so. No.
No, it wouldn't count.
No,
You'd have
okay,
to
then.
and just do a basic attack.
Like you still got basically a +7 to this attack, just due to you're prone and -5 to all defenses, so it's likely to hit your attack. It's just not going to be a coup de grace.
Yeah, alright. Minor action to Shrug of the Blind. Move action will not be used to sustain his daily, so that will be lost. Move here. And then standard action to coup de grace with my biggest hitter. Standard action that allows a character to use any attack, yes. So I'm gonna quickly cheat and edit my macro to get a guaranteed critical.
Okay. Make that that old thing where you just roll 20.
And he will take 74 radiant damage.
God.
Well, it's important to know that you could have missed that attack.
That's a
you
good-
might have cheated.
good point.
You can still miss.
Let me
it's
roll
a helpless
a-
enemy adjacent to you, but you can still miss.
Let me roll a attack roll then. I rolled a 42.
Does not miss. Yeah, plus
Maybe he's just
27.
a sleepwalker.
Plus 27.
It's a +5 weapon. I've got a +2 attack buff.
That's
I
true,
am
yes, yeah.
Oh yeah, that weapon is a
actually
monster.
it should be one lower because I'm not charging, but
I'd still
there's a
hit.
lot of bonuses on there.
Yeah, unconscious targets take -5 to their defenses, and you have combat advantage.
I don't suppose that attack was greater or equal to the target's bloody value. I figured.
Not quite. But it certainly smashes with a terrible blast of radiance. I mean, what is it even?
I mean, it's like fire that is just so bright that you can't really make out that it is fire. It's just really hot light, basically. He was blinded, but he basically heard Emmy's laugh, and he's been around her long enough to know that that means there's an opportunity to just crash in there. Might upset her. Maybe she was looking to drag out the moment, but that's not Velignus' thing. So he's just gonna shrug off this gravel and smash with all the fire he can summon at this very moment.
No, this is not up to the Misery Leader Theory. Fits it exactly with what she said to the Giants.
And that will be Velignus' turn. Staley is gone.
No. Velignus will be hit with a rock throw.
Yes, he will.
Alright, and he'll be bumped right into Recicatrix.
15 damage. Ow.
And this one will see his chance to attack both of them with the Shattering Rock Burst.
You will save the Lord of Low Hills yet, damn it!
Velignus
That's
and
a miss.
Recicatrix.
Oh,
That's 2 misses. Oh,
oh, you're saved from the days.
Yes,
You're
yes.
not dead.
had the perfect opportunity and he failed.
Yeah, well.
Recicatrix.
Shift. And I will do a tornado strike, which can hit 2 enemies. I'll roll it twice. First for the grunt.
Okay,
There we go.
that hits him. He's dead.
Here.
And that hits the Lord of Low Hills and triggers a critical hit. So, I figured you know what to
Yay!
do.
Wait, that was the attack.
Okay, that's an offhand attack. Sure.
And then we have the hit die.
Also would do sneak attack since he's...
Yes. Oh, yes, we did.
Okay. Then we got 2d6. That's plus 3 to that. So that's 24. 35. He's 39. He's 50. He's 66.
Good.
I believe.
I probably. Did you make the first attack critical
Yes.
damage? Okay, good. I can't see the math in the dice rolls.
It rolled a 9. Good. So.
Oh. And I get 10 hit points because I murdered a guy. That's really what the minions are here for.
Yeah, they're here for you to get temp HP. Makes sense.
When you get temp HP, you shouldn't heal.
Yeah,
You
I was
should just
gonna say I clicked that wrong. There we go.
All right. This giant is bloodied, but he's still. No, he's. You know what? He has to knock down, throw an Imizure here. She's clearly the most dangerous one.
Fails.
Oh god. They do not like this one bit. I think this guy will try to just hurl a rock as well. Missouri.
Fails.
This guy. Is he afraid? Not afraid. Move here and shoot a Shattering Rock Burst on Velignith and Recicatrix. Velignith, Recicatrix.
Miss.
Oh, they'll hit me. Well, no, I have concealment, so that will not hit me.
Okay. Another failure.
Yes, the cicatrix is just moving and snaking about.
Generating shadow.
Yeah.
Guy just gets to try to make a save.
He succeeds. You'll take 16 psychic damage.
And wake up.
Imagine what you like. Oh, fuck. That's 3 seconds.
And of course, the turn's over because. There.
Oh, Lord.
Misery Leader there takes her move action to say, in giant, congratulations, you woke up. Good night. She'll rear back and
Did to plan.
we will 2 PowerPoint knifing.
Are they?
2 PowerPoint knifing wind attack the Lord of Low Hills.
Alright.
That'll be 41 versus armor class.
There we go, that hits.
That'll be 23 points of damage, and the Lord of Low Hills is dazed until the end of my next turn.
God.
Yeah.
Time.
The minor action is to lean over her shoulder and brush some stone off into the cyclone surrounding her. That'll be the end of her turn.
Ah, their lord is alive. He will move in and swing his club. He knew he could not be
No.
defeated. But I guess.
Valinov needs a little pick me up, so he's gonna use a healing word on himself for healing search plus 20. And then he's gonna enjoy laying into this prone giant some more. He's gonna advance inexorably as he likes to do. He is prone to his combat advantage. 45 and 46 for 12 damage each.
Just lays there, his body being broken by hit after hit after hit. Crystals falling off his face. This giant will also try to do the Shattering Rock Burst at Malignant and Versicatrix. Malignant, no, just...
Miss and miss.
They worked hard to put you two adjacent to each other, and they
They
still...
bad at it, but they aren't. They're not bad at it. They just... Yeah, okay. This guy will have to do a reach out roll to see if he can try again. He cannot. Well, then knockdown throw Malignant it will be.
Yeah.
Alright, 19 damage, you're knocked prone.
I'll take 14, thank you very much.
Pelted. Versicatrix. Is it a shift? Or are you muted?
Yeah, Ares
Oh yeah, just shift, and then she will attack the Lord, whatever, that guy, and move 2 squares.
Alright, yeah. That hits.
Sneak attack?
Good.
Oh.
Yes, indeed.
Never mind.
Oh.
Moves slightly and just maybe stomps the neck off. One to the head, after all.
Yeah, and her she claws him, and her head is already back for the sneak attack bite, and then it's just oh. She'll save her teeth. Yeah, move. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, he lies crumbled. The giant's wail. None of them really know how to do this. This is not how it meant to be. So we'll step back and do a Shattering Rock Burst on Versicatrix and Malignant. Sorry.
It doesn't have to do a recharge? I thought all of them had used theirs.
Not this guy yet.
Okay.
I mark it on GM layer.
This last one.
My apologies.
That'll hit Malignant.
That's a crit?
That is a crit, so that will actually be 24 damage.
Take 19.
Dazed save ends.
Dazed and prone, that's sad.
That's what the Lord of Low Hills was looking at.
Yeah, and that's when he woke up, right? Just wait until we meet those enemies. will attack or fall unconscious. They don't get to do that. This guy charges, swings a club. He's mad.
Misses.
And in a bad place. Guy has to do a save. That is a D7, so I don't think we count that. Okay, knockdown, throw on Versicatrix. Miss. Versicatrix know how to hit with these. Hey, misery leaders here.
Misery. Looks at both of the hill giant grunts. She says in giant, "You're not worth my time." She walks away from them, provoking from both.
Oh, they'll take it.
No.
Oh my god.
She looks at the rock thrower. She rears back and uses a 1 power point brutal barrage attack into the rock thrower. And looks like the lowest there is a 23.
Okay. The 23 misses. The others hit.
Okay. That will definitely be 24 points of damage. All the same. And the rock thrower falls prone.
You could not take another strike like that. She's thrown to the ground by just the weight and barrage of a dragon's teeth and wings. And
Dragon slams the hill giant down. She says, I've found the strongest among you. You're next. That'll be the end of her turn.
she's like, ah! Attack this orc. Rampage into the others. That seems like what he'll do.
Well enough. Well, this dice is stupid. Let's not have it. Being dazed is a condition. Then he's gonna stand up, and then he's gonna charge this guy.
You fool! You're putting us next to each other.
I don't even care anymore.
It's just 10 hit points. All right, yeah. Smash him.
And that'll be his turn.
Here we'll try to recharge. He will. Then there will be a shattering outburst, starting Emissary, and then Relict. Emissary, Relict.
That is a hit.
Even with the cover I grant you, that'll still hit.
You're dazed, save it.
He is also bloodied. So here's a question. I get bloodied by the attack, which means I would like to take an immediate reaction, but I would also be dazed, which means I can't. How does that interact? Do the damage and the daze happen simultaneously?
I figured.
It's an immediate reaction, which means the effect of the attack happens first. It's not an immediate interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So I couldn't take a immediate reaction. That is fair. Alright, I'm dazed.
Is there a reason you only took 12?
Yes, because he used his blood iron, which gives him resist 5. I should put that into his label.
Alright, sure. Yeah, I'm sure that works. This guy. Use recharge. Never know. No. Stand up. Proudly. Swing a club at Emissary.
That will hit, even through the cover.
11 damage. Actually
Okay.
connects. He's
Actually,
good at hitting rocks, after all.
I suppose so. I've played right into his his area of
Hit the rock,
expertise.
but then knocked out and knock into her. Let's take a tricks.
Yeah, we'll, not do that thing the other people are doing.
You want to join us? So that area one can hit all three of us?
Okay, really, I think. I can move freely here.
Mhm.
And we will do our spring the trap first.
Alright,
Click
that'll be...
twice, right?
That looks like 2 hits for 18 on each of them.
Yes, and they take -2 to attack rolls.
Killing one, damaging the other. Spinning strike. The giant crumbles to the ground. Your people cheering when they do. So the giant moves over here and throws a rocket at Missouri.
That will hit.
Crit!
Good work, guys. For 10 damage, I got double crit by the bastard.
Right in the head. It's just,
Oh, bonk. All
bonk.
right. I'm at 106.
Done to the scale.
Yeah, thank.
This one over here will shift back, try to recharge his ability. I don't know. That rock throw. On my second tricks. No. Emissary.
Missouri looks over at the hill giant grunt. She says, still speaking in giant to the rock thrower, 1 moment. Start of her turn, instant move. She shifts her speed as the first action of her turn. So you can take that damage, eat that. And then as a move action, she'll go after this hill giant,
Sure.
calling out, "Where do you think you're going?" There's a minor action.
She takes like 5 laps around the combat, and then she goes,
Yeah.
just those two.
Yeah. Minor action, she marks this hill giant. That'll be the end of her turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He's marked. He'll spin around, and his face looks unexpectedly panicked. Actually, like she's got good enough insight, I think, to notice that he's more scared than he would be just of her. He spins around and swings his club at her.
I will miss.
Malignant.
Malignant is dazed, but that's fine. He'll attack. Attacking seems good.
Go.
With fire, because that's what he does. 40 versus AC.
Oh yes, that hits.
For 31 fire damage. And he also, actually, an ally within 5 squares. There is no ally within 5 squares. And that'll be his turn. He'll just do a save.
Yeah, out there.
And yeah, he's no longer dazed.
This guy will try to recover his rock throw. He does. Then he will knock down throw just Malignant. Or Shattering Rock Burst, anyway.
And he'll pit. God
Alright, 21 damage, and you're dazed. Save it.
dang it.
He, like,
Stupid
over here.
giant.
Cicatrix.
yeah. Shift. Oh, well, that was a little close. Shift. Yeah. Maybe I'll straight.
I mean, that hits. Yeah. 17 damage. Scratch.
That was what, a 17 on the die?
18.
Well, that's a crit then, right?
If you crit on 18s, then yes.
What does it say again? Fucking. All these abilities.
You sound burdened. You don't have to activate them if you don't want to.
I mean, I don't mind being able to murder people.
You don't mind critting.
Yeah, 18 and 20. Yeah.
Okay, then you crit.
Well, I do.
I'll just make that a what's that? There's one more. One more damage.
Here we go
Crit
again
on
with the
the
50,
offhand.
And then
57 versus armor class.
57. That's impossible.
That's
the
broken.
wrong one. Yeah, that's the wrong
Plus
one.
20
Yeah.
too much. I mean, it still hits. It's just far too much.
There we go.
Go. He's bloodied.
Good.
A terrible blow. But he still has a chance if he can just keep dazing this. Yes. Shift up here. Shattering Rock Burst.
That will hit.
Alright, 14 damage. Your dazed save ends. Imuzure.
Standard action, unaugmented Brewer Barrage attack. As she picks at the hill giant and tries to slam it down. Figure the 40 probably hits the hill giant. And as a move action, she'll take to these skies and fly 9. Probably singing some sort of taunting song at the rock thrower. That'll be the end of her turn.
Malignant.
Malignant will have a little breather here. Give himself some what's the word? Some inspiration, I guess. For 22, 28. That'll be his action, and then he's gonna make a save. He does save. Daze me again, I dare you. Actually, please don't.
God damn it! I keep forgetting this stupid crit ability. Well, I can do this turn.
Well, Malignant, you're in luck. Sees the dragon flying up there. Move over here, and then Shattering Rock Burst, Malignant.
Yep. He hits.
12 damage, your day save ends.
Ah,
For Cicatrix.
I vote we eradicate the hill giant face.
Yeah. You're on board now.
Now
I
you
am
get
like
right
it.
there. You know, boop. What's? Hey, wait, that's a crit again, isn't it?
There's a nat 20, so yes.
Well, hell.
Max damage in that. Gonna
Does it still trigger my offhand attack, even though I'm dazed?
Is it a free action for you to do that?
I believe it is a free action.
Yeah. So yeah, you shouldn't have any problem with that. At least as far as I understand the rules of this game.
Swing, yeah, you swing the air as the giant is already dead. Before you can
Yeah,
bring your tail around.
and then I'll save or try to.
Maybe you won't for like 6 turns. It's possible.
Nope.
You rock dust. Missouri.
Yeah. You know, if she had been in a warder, this wouldn't have been a problem.
As a move action, we'll take her all the way here while she'll land, because she flies 9. As a standard action, she will 1 power point brutal barrage attack the rock thrower, so 4 attacks against the rock thrower. 30, 25, 24, and 29. Figure that's 3 hits?
Yep.
Okay, 24 points of damage, and the rock thrower falls prone. As a minor action, she will mark it with Battle Mind's Demand.
Oh, that's a bad spot to be in. Sure is nothing, very sticky, dragon.
Absolutely.
Alright. I believe a charge is a single action.
Sure is.
So let's charge here. Just in
Has to be
case.
your square.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
is
it's
it
the
is
same.
it is the same distance.
Your day, so you can't flank an enemy.
Yep. I just don't want to be close to anyone right now.
I mean, it's prone anyway, so.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
you do still get combat.
That is a crit for 52 damage.
No shit, he doesn't want to be close to anyone. Sick and tired of all these rocks.
These guys are the real reason why there's an ancestral hatred towards giants.
From the Grand Slam of the Ogres to this shit.
Yep.
No. Oh, he'll stand up and swing a club at Missouri.
That will miss.
What else are you gonna do? Cicatrix.
Just a dazed waddle over here. Hurt.
Making all safe.
If you're saying anything clever, you're muted.
Also save.
Very
I forgot about that. And that's the third 19. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Good work, team.
No one's
No, saving. Boom. Clear state.
Maybe shifts 1 here. And 1 power point brutal barrage attacks the rock thrower.
No.
It looks like it'll be 3 hits again. 24 points of damage, and the rock thrower is knocked prone. And she slams her considerable bulk into the rock thrower to finish it off.
He's killed. Smashing him. Leaving the battle. I mean, there's the occasional goblin, but they're taken care of as well. Yes.
Yeah, they're
Many of them
snapped.
are- Many of them are hurt and damaged as they fan out. They're in good mood, this was not the day they died.
And Missouri chuckles as the rocks swirling around her. She brings them to a stop. And they clatter.
Well, we've certainly grown, haven't we?
Does any one of you speak orc?
No.
Yeah, that was not on the list of races I thought.
I figure not.
No.
Philip will turn around to his people and ask, does anyone understand him?
Yeah. One of the hobgoblin will respond in like giant. Well, I guess a lizard folk will ask the others because he understands Draconic,
Mm-hmm.
and then one of the hobgoblins will
And I understand giant. All right, we can piece this together.
There's a bit of a conversation. For one of the hobgoblins points to the body of the Lord of Low Hills. You should see this.
That is wrong.
Well, we'll go take a look. Does it need to be burned? And if so, how much?
Sure. Yeah. He's pointing at trying to heave the body over. Sort of collapse down. Can move it easily enough if you want.
Sure.
Sure. Could you all give me insight checks here?
Inside. That's a strange one.
Valignus.
Uh,
Valignus knows the truth has been revealed after things have been destroyed. He's on to everything.
Insight. Yeah.
You can't pull a fast one.
No, Philip is not as oblivious as he appears.
Two others are not really paying
God,
attention. to that.
No, I'm trying to lick my wounds here.
Yeah. As some of his minions, in just an instant, exchange a glance, he feels that something is weird, and perhaps has a moment to prepare himself to not be surprised. As they quickly act.
Oh wait, should I not healed?
You should not have.
Oh, okay. I assumed we had resting time. I'm sorry. Well, that's...
As a strange sight appears. Where before his minions stood, suddenly there's a blur of movement coming towards him and the rest of you, really, as you are attacked by servants of the Cloud Court themselves. Sent here, who knows how long ago, along with many of the other recruits. They are making their move while the dragons are weakened.
The Cloud Court has doppelgangers? I want doppelgangers.
Right?
Yeah, you can roll
That is unexpected.
initiative once more.
I
So
know.
we don't get a 5-minute short rest. Does that mean that encounter effects still persist?
All encounters that we used are gone.
Well, that's like the worst of both worlds.
I still don't get the 10 hit points from the last kill I had.
Yes,
I get them or no?
you do get.
That also means that all encounter effects we had running, though, still wouldn't have ended.
So the encounter effects are still running?
Yeah.
Effects, but not...
Okay.
Essentially, since we have not taken a short rest, this is an extension of the encounter.
Well, they made a mistake. Benignus is still angry at things in general.
Oh my god!
These initiatives.
My rolls!
Oh, I tried to sort them, but they were already sorted.
Yeah,
Right, sure.
No. The Cicatrix kind of feeling kind of tender.
Cicatrix and Immiserae will grant combat advantage here. Malignus has just time enough to lower himself down and some more Cloud Stalker will rush across. It's sort of a strange misty shape that constantly shifts. Perhaps it is indeed a doppelganger, but it has been influenced by some elemental power to become more shifty or sort of misty, I guess, than the others. More ethereal. We'll move over and try to swing a short sword at the dragon.
That will miss.
Well, this will basically do the same. Rushing for some good hits.
No, yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. Deal 15 points of damage.
Alright, take it easy, man.
This one here will, as his first action,
I'm always
smash 2 jars he has. Bringing in reinforcements. 2 air elementals. Will act at the end, that makes sense. This one will rush down here. Kill a dragon. Short sword.
No.
31.
Oh, well, that will hit.
With advantage there. Alright, that's 15 points of damage.
Yeah. I suppose they didn't attack me in the next round from our combat.
What?
What does that mean?
I gained something.
Oh.
I gained concealment when I attack with advantage, but
No, it would couple rounds would pass.
50.
Move over here and
Oof.
try to stab Immiserae.
I have cover, which negates their combat advantage.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess he tries to stab a rock. It's hard.
Mhm.
This guy will also bring out a couple of... Clear up a little bit here. We'll also call forth a couple of elementals. Their leader, sees that one of the dragons is not currently being surprised, I guess, and will thus try to use a ability to make that happen. Moving here and using the shapeshifter's feint.
Yes. He gets combat advantage.
Yes, which they will then use alongside with their double attack to do 2 dagger strikes. So that will be 31 and 37.
Yep, those both hit.
Okay, and as it has combat advantage, once per round it gets to add its sneak attack. That'll be 24 and 12.
So sneak attack does not count as an extra source of damage, so it would be 2 attacks with the first one doing 24. Okay, it's important for resistance. So 19 from the first one and 7 from the second one. Which bloodies Velignith, which is important. Because this time he can react. He will react with never mind. I cannot.
Okay.
Oh, I should also still be bloodied.
Actually, this one will step backwards because, sure, the others are dragons. They think maybe this might be not effective at, but it seems like it might be effective at red dragons. He'll throw a poison dart, and that's again a nat 20. So Malignant, that's 5 damage and 5 ongoing poison damage. Save it.
I guess I'll write down the ongoing.
Since you resist all, that means it will be ineffective. They have no way to advance it or increase it.
Okay, they have no way of benefiting from that in some other way.
They don't. So I guess he gets hit by a dart, but his blood is iron and he cannot be. Mesegatrix, you're no longer surprised.
Oh
Well, I guess
god!
maybe you are, but you're no longer. Suddenly, all the minions who were celebrating have appeared.
Speaking out of character, like, I'm inclined to leave.
Fair.
Yeah.
I
Can we?
don't know how like sheep, like how Malignant would feel, but like in his early leaders, was like, I signed up for Giants, whatever the hell this shit is.
I mean, I'm worried that some of them might also be able to fly, the elementals for sure. But we would definitely have a big advantage in the air. And now that we know that these things exist, that's already very good info. So, yeah. I mean, I want to kill giants. These are not giants. These are cowardly tactics. That's what they are.
I was gonna say, the Cicatrix is really hurt. Like, yeah, I don't know that she's gonna stay here. Like,
Oh, it's your turn.
yeah,
I mean, Valignant will call out sort of sidelong glance, she'll say in Draconic. We've killed the giants, which was our goal. I don't particularly mind enjoying a combat with these things just to see how they work, but it's not too much rush.
Just to see how they work. Okay, only destruction's the truth revealed, sheep. I compel Malignant.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
I'm still leaving though.
yeah. I was gonna say, I'm not standing here, dude.
No, I mean, as much as Malignant would like to, it's a bad idea. I
Is
have no
it-
essence, I have to say.
He spent it all on his rolls against the hierarchy. He has nothing left.
But
He has to eat it.
if we could at least say to kill a couple of them, then we could.
Oh well, you better heal my ass then. So I have 27 hit points.
I mean, you've got the second wind.
Yeah, that heals me 27.
Yeah,
That
there
will
you go.
barely get me over my bloody value.
Now the question is, Malignant seems like he's staying. Missouri seems like he's leaving. What does the Cicatrix do?
See, but I also have the problem of seeing it done. But you know what? Like this seems I'm hurt. You know, I didn't fucking deal with a lot of torture and shit to die to these motherfuckers. Like they're
To
not.
want to kill you in this moment of weakness, perceived
Yeah.
weakness anyway.
That's fine for them. I'm not. They're just gonna leave.
Okay, you want to disengage or?
Can I? Like just.
You can shift
Shift
away
away.
and then use your standard action to move your speed.
Yeah.
Into flight, perhaps.
So
They
you're
don't
flying.
seem to have wings.
All right. So I'm the fuck out of here.
Yeah, fly 6 to the south. She's like 6 up now.
4.
Well,
Oh, that's right.
you go on ahead. I'll catch up. It's fine.
And I'll.
Got a minor action.
Yeah, my action point to actually heal. I don't want to fall down. You know, if they.
It would be awkward, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna action point use the search.
One second. That makes sense.
I'm not.
You set yourself in the fly state.
Yeah.
You should push yourself just to take a breath.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. Sure.
It's not dignified, but you know, Technically, it doesn't matter if you did. So
So we'll move over here and then try to throw a dart up at you. It throws really far, actually.
God,
That's a net
how
20
can it throw it that long?
for 5 damage, 5 poison.
Ugh.
The events.
They're using the power of wind to help their darts.
Magical wind and clouds.
How dare they?
I know. So glad I healed. I'm bloodied again.
Remember your 5 ongoing.
Oh yeah, I'll remember.
Your label.
How do I
Immediately.
do that?
You just
How do you mark
you just
that?
you can just add it into your where you have like your shift AC
Oh,
and
yeah,
combat
yeah.
event in there.
So, what's going through Missouri Leaderthier's head right now is, where Cicatrix has survived, the curse of lethargy. Maybe, the devils, they've hidden other information before. She might be able to make this work. Looks over for Lignith. She's out of here. She'll shift back 1. She converts her standard into a move, and she will fly 9 up. And she's here. She's gone.
Right? Yeah, no, there's no way catch up to that.
I feel like Velignov would be satisfied here if he could take down one of the doppelgangers and bring his body back with him. I think that would be a fair interpretation of his essence, as it were.
Okay.
So he has to figure out a way to make that happen. It's not impossible.
Grab one and get the fuck.
Yeah, just pull one up.
Strangle it while you're flying away.
No, I struggle too much. He's gonna strike this doppelganger in front of him with a healing strike. For a natural 2. Great. Glad that ability
Sidesteps.
is keeping his reputation. That is really bad.
Converge upon him.
Since it's still the same combat, I don't have any healing words. He's just gonna stay where he is, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, these elementals, they'll point, and these will use their incredibly fast speed to move.
To not catch up to the green dragon.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. You are the wind, but you're not faster than her.
Oh Lord, I don't like that.
Can't, however, move up here.
Yeah, they can. I'm a slow dragon.
Not that they're that scary, really.
I remember these being, a problem for us back in yonder day.
You've learned that they're weak to fire somehow, so that's usually been how they think together. Well, I mean, when Lignus is here, these guys would love to have him.
Yeah, those darts were really painful, guys.
Swing his sword.
Oh no, that's it.
Okay, 10 damage.
But those darts, they are Dragonbane darts, I heard. Yes. He misses, sadly.
Oh, you almost had me. Do another one of those.
Oh no! Oh. Yeah. Assassin. Here, and as a minor, do the shapeshifter's feint.
That hits.
Okay, then he gets to
What?
attack combat advantage.
Yeah, reflex is terrible.
Stab. That will be a
Shit.
28.
28 hits.
Okay, that's 18 points of damage.
15.
Not every dragon is swimming in reflex. Mine is 26 only because I've taken a feat that gives me +3 to it.
I mean, my will is trash, so.
Swing the sword.
That is a hit. Is that 20? It's not.
I mean, not trash,
Damage
really.
then.
Not bad.
This is very bad.
Yeah, it is. Because you're alone. I mean,
I know.
so we'll move over here and we'll use the dagger attack.
I feel like at one point
No.
Like, I know you got compelled, man, but this is
No, have to respect the compulsion.
Shift over here and try to do.
He's not flanking, so
See
screw you.
here. What's the risk of this dragon leaving? That would not be okay. There's not really much they can do about it, so we'll just attack. Stab, stab.
Hit and hit.
God.
All right.
Will
That
be
will be
24 for
One
9,
attack for 25, go for 24,
Yeah.
and one attack for
19 and 6. Valim has 1 hit point.
darts. Cicatrix. Air element, you take your 5 ongoing damage.
Yeah. Just about.
The dart. These guys didn't think it through. They thought surely they could keep you on the ground, but I should have brought nets or something.
I mean, I'm okay with it. It's alright.
It's so hard to fight dragons. When they don't want to fight you, they leave, and when they do want to fight you, you lose.
Yes, well, you know, I mean, I don't want she to die. But also, would she even look down there? Like, if there's not, like, a noise or something, like, she's trying to get these motherfuckers away from her.
Sure, yeah.
Like, where Cicatrix has lived all of this time before meeting these other dragons and trying to work together, so it stands to reason that she's not that invested in the whole thing.
Yeah, I like, you know, they're important and stuff, but, like...
As for me, I'm thinking Cult of the Dragon loves undead dragons. I'm thinking I could make this work still.
They sure do, don't they?
I cannot find a reason that she shouldn't just shift and move the fuck away.
Shift and leave.
Can she, like...
Yeah, you can just leave this combat if you want at that point. These elementals will keep pursuing you, but I can be honest with you, just alone, they're not. They're the minimum level before they become
But as
minion.
a player, I don't want to leave.
That's okay.
Alright.
I mean, it certainly fits the character of a black dragon to just be selfish. Like dragons in general to be selfish.
Put him here.
Like this is not the campaign where you have to.
You're
Yeah.
out.
I'm out. Yeah.
We'll like follow. Try to dart, but Amy's
just
right.
kind of move up.
I mean, Missouri has a laundry list of concerns, but as far as she's like figuring, like, I've survived Tilrax's disappearance, I've survived Verashix's disappearance, I will find a way through this. Because she looks down at what Valigna's going through, is like, no, not today. She's gone. Nothing's catching her. She goes up another 9 so that she's 18 squares up.
Oh yeah.
And then she goes up another 9 so that she's 20 squares up, in a way. So they're double
Eventually,
move.
these elements they'll keep following for a bit until they lose sight, and then I guess they'll just like do what they do and turn into wind because there's nothing else they're ordered to do. We like this.
Yeah, there's no way out of this, so he has to make the best of it. He will use his last reserves of power stored in this jewel here to try another healing strike. What is more damage? There's still a chance. There's always a chance. The Nephlands know that he is in fact a paragon, you see. He will attack the Death Stalker Ganger Doppelguy.
Which one? Death Stalker?
This guy.
Some of them are stalkers and some of them are okay. No, that guy is the most baddest one, and the lady is the most baddest one, and it is a miss. I guess it's
she's a leader and not like a minion of any sort, unlike maybe another.
Yep.
So that's a total miss. You got a move action?
Nothing useful I can do with that, so no, that's it.
Okay. Well, I mean, sure, they know what they're here for.
Did you use your second wind at all in this combat?
Not yet. I was hoping that this would hit because the healing surge plus my cleric bonus
Oh,
does
right.
more than a second wind. Second wind just delays the inevitable.
This is where Sheep throws every single power that heals him, that it requires an attack roll, like, into the abyss. Because
Yep.
almost every time they've disappointed him.
Almost every time, it's
Healing
true.
Strike is the epitome of.
I think in this entire campaign, I've hit healing strike once.
Yeah, but it entices you with that one hit, you know?
It sure does.
Like,
But
think about the efficiency.
Like, it's so good.
That
But
drops
never-
weakness.
yeah, curiosity killed the cat, as it were. He really wanted to figure out what are these things. He's not dead yet. He's dying.
Sure. He's dying indeed. Yeah, well, I mean, their intention is let's see here.
I'd expect their intention to kill, considering that they are assassins and not kidnappers.
Yeah, but they didn't expect to be able to take one of them, because there would be like two others, right? Right now, it looks like they can't catch two, but they can get one. I'm on the fence on it. They might try to kill him. They might not. Sheep, what do you think you would like more? Be captured or killed?
If you are uncertain, how about we put it in the fate of the dice, as it were?
Oh,
Sure,
Lord.
we could do that. Do you want to make a save? Then what is saving and what is not?
You know, I think.
Sorry, you cut out there for me.
Yeah, I cut out because I stopped talking.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think saving is gonna be like the non-lethal way here, whatever that may actually mean in the end. If you think that is actually a plausible possibility here.
We've got the classic save or die then.
Yep, save or die. That's technically a save.
All right. Immisur will not, and Vercingetorix will not get to know what happens when one of the dragons die. Then, yet anyway. As Malignith, I mean, you know what? Actually, that means they're not going to kill you immediately. Do you want to make some death saving throws just to see if you can spend your second wind and?
If I roll in that 20.
Yeah. Like you get like. There you go. Okay.
No.
Then they will just.
But to say, if they don't stabilize you, you will either have to do it yourself or you'll bleed out.
No, they know how to do this. And they will take you to a far off place.
To be eaten by thunderbirds.
You wish. As the other
Wow.
dragons can simply leave.
That happened.
Yeah. Immisuri doesn't stop until she gets all the way back to the silver mine. And she, like, stops there.
Yeah, she's gonna have to wait for
Yeah.
like double the time for Vercingetorix to get there.
Yeah. It does help that I'm, I fly 9, yeah.
Yeah.
Fast. It's like air elementals can't follow. It's like, oh,
I mean,
Alright.
if Vercingetorix can see it, she might just like at one point land and fucking bolt. You
be
know,
like,
she's faster over land.
mhm. I mean, she's
Point-
is
point
faster
order.
than most. Thunderbird, I think, is just about as fast, but I think that's about it. Other dragons are certainly slower in flight.
Then
Okay,
four?
if we Sterylix, well, oh no. Cicatrix is not that fast fire.
No, she is not.
In Missouri.
That's what I'm saying. Like Vercingetorix might just land and then like fucking sneak.
My desire was to be the aerial predator that dragons should be, and I've made that happen. Alright, so, yeah, I'm still mine. Like, she, like, lays down to rest, like, inhale deeply, eventually, like, where Cicatrix shows up. Maybe, like, sometime in the super late night before, like, the sun begins to rise.
Yeah, she comes slinking out, maybe from behind the mine, like from the other side. Like,
Just without sort of like preamble or, just like explanation, like they sort of like lead into greeting, Imizure says, "One of the hill giants, before I slew it, had a concern which at the time I had thought was because of Valignith and their superstitions. It is now apparent that the giants had plans within plans."
Yes, that was nearly fatal. It's just like when she hears Velignus's name, she like looks around like, where is he?
She says, "He is not dead. I was warned by Besarek that I would feel if any of the others to whom I am bound by the ritual would perish." She says, "I would like to think he got away. I will return to the site tomorrow and see if I can read what happened. If he does not appear before then."
The Cicatrix will nod. She's not keen to go back there. Like really, she needs to lick her wounds and like, she reasons with herself. Immature knows best, right? She knows this. Yeah, she knows Velignith. They have their thing.
Mm.
She'll just nod. Like,
"You will be returning to Desir?"
well, I think I will keep in the area in case something goes. Well, I'm not sure that this is over.
And she says, "No, Valignus' provocation of the hierarchy," she bobs her head, "has naturally resulted in this consequence. A sleeping power."
Yes, she shakes like her head, like the whole neck and body, and she's like, "This is an awful lot of trouble to go through."
She says, "Bunch of stupid mountains."
Indeed, I have never fought the giants before, and I could have lived without it.
She says, the others I grew up with, that the Bone Devil raised me with, wished to fight giants at every turn, so I've had to become familiar with it. I had hoped to remain unfamiliar with it, but..." She looks up at the night sky.
The sisters look like I think for her it's a little weird. Like Manakai, would she have heard that? I guess that it's known that the giants and the dragons don't get along. But it's not like she has had anything with the giant. Like black dragons live in swamps and lakes. Like they don't really cross paths. So would she know anything about it?
You're muted, Manakai, if you're attempting to answer.
Oh, I most certainly was. Yes, thank you. Give me a history check with a -2, because you're really not from a place that would
It's right.
be
I
studying
was. So they're not important.
giants.
The ancient aquatic giants.
It's like they were not like, up in the mountains somewhere. Yeah, who gives a shit?
Mhm.
Plus, okay, so -2. So that is. Oh well.
Pretty good, all things considered.
I heard someone
Yeah,
say.
I mean, you know that dragons used to be the ancient, ancestral enemy of giants. They used to fight over dominance of the world in a war so devastating that it ended with both races sort of giving up world dominance to humans and elves and dwarves and stuff, who had the chance to breed and spread themselves everywhere. So now there's too many of them to easily be controlled. something which each race blames the other one for. Generally, at least.
Right. Sure.
Thing is, the dragons have really come back. Like there's not really a society of dragons. Each individual dragon generally does its own thing and is pretty successful doing that. Giants like to clump up in clans and whatnot, but there isn't a sort of worldwide unification of giants either. Many of them live by outdated rules and laws, refusing to accept a future or a reality where they're not the dominant sort of species. Some of them, of course, are forced to when they don't have enough giants to sort of form any sort of stable hierarchy, or when only one type of giant are around. They might be mercenaries or do really anything as diverse as any other race. The ones here are very traditional, though. Given that you're Black Dragon from Comir, you would know that your ancestral enemy is other Black Dragons from Comir, just like you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
Who claim the same ancient throne of Comir. Fighting over it, and then figuring that when you've defeated all the other Black Dragons, the human kingdom currently occupying the throne will be no problem.
that's true.
Certainly a ridiculous and grand delusion these dragons have fooled themselves into, but that's how it goes.
Well, luckily, the Cicatrix doesn't care about that anymore.
Yeah. So
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. it is a thing, but it has not been for you.
Well, if that is the case, she will just at like hearing that story about the other dragons, she'll just like roll her eyes. I see. Just because these people so stuck in the past. Who cares?
You should also each get an action point. You can feel free to take a short rest if you want.
I'll short rest it up so hard.
Yeah. Use all that in action.
Yeah. All right. Well, the Cicatrix will just look around. It's not really, it's not really a great sleeping spot anywhere.
You
near
can
the
fly to it.
Silvermine, is there?
No problem.
I
Yeah.
mean, the Silvermine. I guess we can sleep in the sacred Tiamat
I
place.
mean, the short rest is just 5
Sure.
minutes of.
Or 10 minutes, I think, for those impacted by the lethargy.
That's true.
Yeah.
Such a big difference.
Yeah. She stopped outside the silver mine, and she doesn't see the need to go further because, of course, she doesn't, because that's the fucking kind of dragon that she is.
There's still dwarves there. Not...
Yeah. Figured out. She'll a little bit of rest in, and then after the sun rises, and then a few hours, she'll take off back for outside cliff jump to see if she could figure out what the hell happened. But presuming Valigna doesn't appear before then, and I know as a player he won't.
Yeah. He doesn't.
Just because
And,
the Cicatrix
going
will-
there, it certainly shows signs of a lot of battle. It seems actually looking around at the. Let's do some investigation stuff here, right?
Yeah, that sounds appropriate.
Yeah. You see dust, blood splatters everywhere. There's lots of dead giants and some other dead things. Lots of goblins spread everywhere. Still a couple of goblins just eating corpses or whatever. Filthy, just rolling around in it.
Zuri knows that Valignath is a large creature, and those creatures that ambushed us didn't all appear capable of flight, or else they would have given chase.
Mm-hmm.
So, if Valignath did not escape, what the hell did they do to his body?
Yeah.
There's got to be some sign on this ground. Yeah. Have a gander here. What did they do to him? They bury him? They cut him up? Well, maybe they cut him. No, he's not dead. Yeah, she has a look around the locale.
He's certainly heavy.
It's hard to miss a red dragon.
What would this be? Perception, I think.
Perception or nature, I suppose.
Yeah. I'd let either work.
Perception seems more fitting in this case. So I'm not trying to track right now. I'm trying to figure out where the hell did the red dragon go. Plus
prime 5th edition investigation check.
29. Where the hell's the red dragon?
Yeah. Well, the red dragon isn't here.
What the fuck? Okay.
There's significant blood trail, suggesting that it was moved some distance, after which it was apparently lifted.
Oh, shit. Is there like a Thunderbird feather or something near that?
There isn't. No,
Okay.
not a Thunderbird feather.
All right.
See, could I justify anything being there? I guess just you can see the ground around it is all like broken up, sort of
Okay.
ruffled, and yeah.
Probably a giant just picked it up then. Concerned look. Sure, like the sight. Like you see, like the camera like catches like Missouri like lifting her head to look up at the cloud spires.
Mhm. Yeah, you can just see the tops of the mountains where the cloud layer sort of blocks any view beyond.
She says like out loud, not really to anyone. She's alone there. Well, Vassarek, you might finally get to go home. She takes off back for the nearby area that where Cicatrix is lingering around,
Sure.
swiftly flying through the sky.
Josh, you can see apparently like the smoke is like calming down now, right? Apparently, in the smoke, a lot of like hobgoblins and orcs and such seem to have had their throats slit. Yeah. She guesses it might be possible that the servants of the Cloud Lords are not inhibited by cloud, smoke, vapors, fogs, or other particle-based concealment.
Okay.
They might have taken a well opportunity of the situation created, even if the giants were somewhat hampered by it.
A great moment for them to pretend to be just minions instead of. And of course, we're dragons. We would never notice. Especially if they're Valigna's minions. Yeah. She, Missouri finds Cicatrix, and she says simply, they have taken Valigna.
Oh. She like huffs. Well, just circles around frustratedly. So, what are we supposed to do then? The idiot got himself in this situation, but we don't need him alive.
She says, maybe.
Hmm?
She sort of like narrows her eyes and says, maybe not. Maybe not immediately. She says, if the hierarchy were to slay him, we would have a short time in which to figure out an alternative before Yaffel's next death. I've been giving this some thought in case, a mistake like this happened.
Cicatrix nods. She really has, for a dragon, very little idea about anything arcane or religious stuff.
She says, but if the hierarchy just wants to keep him, to punish him, and not kill him, then he doesn't die, and so we don't have to pursue that solution. She says,
Because
I didn't.
Cicatrix nods again. Like, I mean, being it's not like she wants to go there.
Mhm.
This is really
Yeah.
not her.
She like looks back at the cloud spires and says, "I didn't want to go up there when there were 3 other dragons next to me. And now there's only one other dragon next to me who is just as disinterested about the prospect as I am."
So we wait.
And Mizuri like narrows her eyes. She says, we carry on with what we were doing. The hierarchy won't come after us if there's no red dragon to provoke them in these mountains. They're certainly not coming beyond this place to chase after us.
She nods. What if
Like,
we take this as assets?
she, like, do you think you could hold the silver mine?
She shakes her head. I
Yes.
wouldn't even try.
Yes.
It's very far away, and
Neither would I.
I
The
was thinking
dragon.
more of the Fane.
And Mizuri like breathes deeply, says, I would be willing to attempt to defend that, but there's distance involved and more giants than we are, so they can travel whenever they please. And my minions certainly can't deal with giants. I don't intend on living there.
Well, no, apparently there's a sick dragon there too. Nuts.
She like narrows her eyes, like, oh yeah, yeah. Valignus let some dragon move into the Fane who had been afflicted with a debilitating disease that of some kind, most likely divine in origin, that affected dragons.
If Physics could like visibly shrug, she would. Like, I mean, that
Like,
seems like all
like
hands
Indy's,
on deck.
like Indy's already looks like she genuinely forgot this until I was just reminded her, and now she's just bewildered about it again.
Like, Physics is like, well, I suppose the Queen of the Dragons can protect the place if it is of utmost importance.
It sounds like a rationalization for my character. He's always like, yeah.
Well, just saying, hey man, dude, you gotta do some work here. Jeez.
Yeah. He's always like,
I'm
yeah.
not going into a dragon plague fucking house to save a couple dwarfs.
I don't think we'd be saving the dwarves so much as just
No.
protecting the holy location.
Yeah,
Which is not like super important to us. Like, we acknowledge the fact that Tiamat exists and is super powerful because we're not
yeah,
stupid.
Sure. I mean, I'm not a fan. It's not like she helped me when I was in trouble. Like,
Right.
I know she's there. Fine, sure.
She says, yeah, well, just if they go that far, then the giants go that far. She says, I might attempt to do something with his minions, but I am uncertain how willing they will want to follow my orders, choosing instead to trust that the Red Dragon will return. And I'm sure he had them united in Tiamat or something. They might just stay and protect the Fane. I'll probably leave them to do that.
Because Tickets looks around. Is that weird situation, you know, when you're sort of done, but it's like, who says it, you know, in the group? Like, who's like, all right, well, you know, let's go home. It's like, looks around like there's not. I mean, there's not something she can do here.
Yeah,
So
we got nothing.
Yeah.
just,
All right.
yeah. Like, well,
Okay.
I just see them.
Avisar says, I will resolve things with Valignus minions. They know and recognize me. You can return to Tizir.
What you can do, at least if you want to, is to at least bring the speaking stone with you.
yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, because
Since,
I looked up in between sessions, I looked up the price of a new sending stone. Those are fucking expensive.
magical, very useful.
I think my character would feel I think my character would feel awkward, like plugging that. But I mean, you're the one who's going to be like taking that because she's already got one. So by all means, that sounds like a good idea.
I see, but I don't want to go in the sick dragon's house.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't think Mysticatrix would think of it either. Honestly,
Yeah.
she doesn't like. Again, magic. What like
Not
that
her.
is something to hate.
Fear.
Maybe he'll pick up the phone one day. So, yeah, Avisar says, I'll take care of his minions. You can go back to Tizir.
We'll see the dragons part way.
Yeah.
And
She'll tell the dwarves to abandon the silver mine and return to the Dragon Fang. They are commanded to protect the Fang.
all right. Could you give me a diplomacy check here? Like, do you inform them of his absence, or just
No.
some orders?
Like this is like she's not going to tell them that. They don't need to know that phase because they might figure that. Well, I mean, we're dwarves. We'll just take the money and we'll leave. And she saw what happened to Toraxos' dwarves.
They hung around awkwardly for like a couple months. And they were like, you know what?
Yeah,
Come win the place.
yeah,
Bad.
yeah. They need to believe that Valignus coming back.
All right.
I'll go ahead and give you a diplomacy check. Let's see. For me, that is that modifier.
Medium PC.
35.
Oh yeah, it crushes. See.
She has always been the polite one.
Yeah, they're in good humor. They figure there's some big thing going on, defeating the hierarchy and whatnot.
Yeah, dragon stuff.
They took out the silver mine. That sucks. They like silver, but yeah. I think even with that good a result, one of them might inquire like, so, how long will we be gone from here? Long term.
She says, long term.
Well, there's a chance then. No Willingness spoke of it himself. But if we are to abandon it, the Dragon Queen will be mad, but we could allow the Dwarves of Thunderhome to come set up.
I mean, I was legit thinking of doing that. Yeah. So Avisar says, yes, I had considered that and was looking to sculpt the offer in a way that would not have Thunderhome believe we were abandoning this mine.
Okay, well, he does not.
Yes. For the moment, don't say anything. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. They'll go do their thing.
Yeah.
They've been told that there's a dragon who might be going to Thunderhome or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that was usually my thinking. Like, yeah, Thunderhome can happen. I mean, if the hierarchy shows up,
It's really not our problem.
that's not our fault. I mean, they knew
That's
the
Rob's
risk.
problem.
They're not new to these mountains. They know that there's giants here.
They might not expect seeing these fucking sky servants, whatever.
Let's go ahead and fall silent here for Valignith.
Yeah. Lignith wakes up. Doesn't know how long it's been. Probably very dry mouth. Feeling pretty bad. Clearly been drugged by something. You can go ahead and take a short rest. But for now, you have been given a draught, rendering you weakened for the time being.
All right. Well, he'll take his healing surges as the rules dictate that he must.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He'll take 1 on top just to feel better.
You'll get an extra 4 hit points because when you start healing from 0 instead of -4.
That's true. He also gets an extra point, right?
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 fights. So.
He has one already.
Yeah, he finds himself looking around on a thick marbled floor. It's very cold, and there's sort of a constant wind blowing through his cell. Below and above and around, he can see fog in all directions. I would put a massive white object layer on top of everything, but I think we had enough of that in snow episodes, so just imagine that there's fog everywhere. I've limited your vision for that reason. The vision here reflects what happens if you go to the edge, basically, and look out. The bars seem to be thick and probably not quite iron. Yeah. There's wind, there's cloud everywhere. It's pretty cold. But he's awake. And alone. At least, time being. There's swirls of air, probably elementals just sort of dancing around. They don't seem to pay him any mind.
Yeah, he can piece together what happened.
He remembers a lot of
easily.
stabbing.
He does. Yeah, he figures he has a reasonable idea of where he is. Not entirely sure why he is still alive. And perhaps him being who he is, rather than thinking about the consequences of the current situation, like you said, it's not quite iron, right?
Yeah, it seems pretty tough, but
He wants to figure out what it is. He's gonna gnaw at the bars a bit just to see how they taste.
okay, sure. Yeah. Well, give me a dungeoneering check.
Dungeoneer, all right.
Well, I mean, it's about war, right?
It's been a while since we busted that out.
He's not sure.
He's a bit distracted.
He might like to smith it, but it seems actually like it's really cold to bite in. Has a certainly very metallic taste, not iron certainly, but yeah, some sort of giant metal. Who knows?
Yeah, he gets bored of it eventually. It's probably not that good considering giants made it.
Definitely not. Huh?
In which case, he's just gonna wait, really. Like, they clearly...
Just sitting here waiting.
I mean, there's a certain level of anger, obviously, but really at nothing in particular, perhaps mostly at himself for, not being strong enough to take the hierarchy on by himself. The thing that there wouldn't be any anger against is against Emmy and the Cicatrix leaving. Like, that was to be expected. They agreed to help him fight the hierarchy, help him fight giants specifically. The fight didn't go well. I mean, they're dragons. They're supposed to do things that dragons do, and risking one's life for someone else, that's not among the things that the dragon should do. They acted appropriately. It's just Villeneuve just wasn't strong enough. Perhaps he should have listened to Amy a bit more, like even more than he already tried to. Perhaps not attack the hierarchy right away. But he saw an opportunity, and rather than wait 200 whatever years until he was larger, he could have taken the entire mountainside, exploited the riches within, and then waited 200 years. Didn't work out. Not a great showing by him.
He's spending time evaluating.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing he does when he sits in the center of the Dragon Fane, just thinking about what it means to be himself. It's a difficult question. He hasn't found an answer yet.
Yeah. All right, sure.
And perhaps there's also a part of him who that thinks if he sits here really still and seemingly cooperating, maybe he can bite the next giant that enters really, really badly.
Well, there is one who will appear eventually to look at him out of the mist. They don't seem to be at all impaired by the constant fog that is up here. Clouds. Meaning that they. Who knows how many people are actually watching him? That would be out of his vision. There's no real way to know. The blowing of the wind will every now and then, as the hours pass by, be, there's a distant hear of like a gong or something, sound of something rattling around, rocks falling down, more wind, and then perhaps as he's zoning out, floating through the air, comes into view a giant indeed. Bigger than him. Very big. A good half time taller than a fire giant. She floats, wielding in her hand a long, thin spear made of the same metal as the bars. Beyond that, she's fairly unarmored. Her skin is grayish-blue, and around her is a constant sort of shifting of mist and cloud. She watches him sit there, gliding into his view, perhaps calculatedly so.
We'll return the stare. He won't show any hesitation, hesitation certainly. He's not hesitating to do anything because he can't. But certainly no fear or worry. Those are not things that a dragon should display. And besides, they're sort of pointless.
Yeah. She doesn't really need to go closer. Again, she's very big, so her voice is sort of also kind of loud. She will speak to him. What name have you called yourself, dragon? I understand you've been a bother for some of my servants.
I understand your servants have named me the Scourge of the Allfather. I quite like that name.
Shakes her head. Well then, Scourge, I suppose we will shorten it to that. I am Regent Sita. Here we try to do things in a civilized manner. Would you like to play along with it? Or do you want to keep acting like most of your kind?
What does most of my kind act like?
Just wild beasts robbing around in their own filth.
Oh,
To be
I've
honest-
seen some of those, but I believe they were in fact giants down in the valley to the north. They died.
Looks at him with some curiosity, nods. Oh yes, I'm sure. They're lesser creatures. They serve, they know their place. And she then has a moment of thought. Could you give me an insight check here?
Absolutely.
She better not be thinking that dragons should be servants.
All right, he's hard to read for him, especially in the fog and such. But yeah, whenever she speaks of things related to the hierarchy or the Allfather, for example, that lower ranked giants should serve the higher ranks, it's like after saying it, she gives a little bit of a pause, like a tick almost, as if something annoys her about saying that. Shakes it. Just never mind. It's too late for such regrets. Do you have regrets, dragon?
Plenty, but I don't see how those are relevant.
Oh, you ended up here. But I'd like to think that can be a good change for you. We'll make sure that you're fed and watered.
Do you consider me a plant?
We don't have those up here. At least I don't. So a moment. I suppose Eratus might. He brought you here after all, so I cannot be bothered with such minor trifles. No, I consider you a curiosity, if nothing else. I mean, look at you. You were successful enough that we had to interfere. And the voices in the dreams speak of you.
What voices and what do they say about me?
Well, she just smiles a little bit as if this is something she's proud of. The All-Father has spoken to me directly for a while now, to many of us in the Cloud Circle. We directly have been given this intervention, something that is not described in the old texts. The All-Father has seen the strength of the Cloud Circle, and so has granted us such words without needing interpretation by the King. Bit of a pause. They spoke of you, of how you would seek to destroy us, of how there could be only either us or you ruling these mountains. We tried to be friendly to you, to trick you into giving us time to sorting our affairs, but I suppose maybe it is as you say, maybe you are sent by him. Regardless, it seems that we have conquered you, that we have won, that we have defeated his challenge and can now expect and wait for his reward.
If he has truly said that there can only be me or you, then it does seem to me as if there's a step missing before you win.
Oh, but death is so final. Or it was once. In these mountains, it is best to keep things alive and waiting rather than to slay them, I think.
I've made similar experiences.
Nonsense. I understand, or I would figure you have probably stolen from some of our old tombs around.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, then you know that the problem's always been keeping the inhabitants in there and not letting them leave. You see, after the king's after his absence, we are unable, as of yet, to reproduce the runes needed to ensure such proper burial, and as such, it would be a shame should you simply be killed only to wander off to who knows where.
So you would rather keep me in this box, alive for all eternity?
Tungsis, we are trying things. I'm sure you feel your body is weaker than normal, yes? Ideally, we should be able to find ways to keep you in such a state. Even as you grow, we might be able to strengthen the dose. Make you as weak as we require you to be for you to not escape. Should you, you will find that this place is our home ground. And I'm quite confident in my ability to make things final, if that's what it takes. Now tell me about your siblings. I understand there are many of you, that you consider each other family.
There are a few of us who are trying to, as you've said before, requested even, to be civilized, have cooperating relationships, that sort of thing. So far it's worked excellently.
I imagine it has. Well, do you think they would accept if I invited them here?
Quite truthfully, I don't know. Emissary Lidrafir is a mystery to me.
Such extravagant names.
She has chosen it herself. Her
Who else would?
adult name, as it were.
She shakes her head at the idea of you being adults.
Valueless agrees, but not outwardly.
Uh-huh. If there's anything you find a need for, simply speak it loud. We have good ears in the fog. We can hear everything. I might not personally attend to you, but someone should, even if you have to wait a little bit for it. I tend to make sure that even though you're not comfortable, you will at least be alive. And in a state where you wish to continue that state for a bit. I'm sure you have hope, right? Looking at these bars, I'm sure you think that one day you'll be able to break them. To escape, to make your war upon us once more. Keep that hope alive.
I don't think hope is the right word, but I will certainly enjoy your mistake.
Oh, you know so little of things.
Perhaps. I've plenty of time to learn now, don't I?
Yes, I suppose you do. We don't keep reading materials sufficient for you around here. Really, most of what we have of such things are very old. I suppose so are we. You will find ways to amuse yourself. Do you require a small ball or something similar? Smart.
No.
Good. I will see you in a couple of days. And she will leave.
Motherfucker.
Maybe now he can follow Emmy's advice and just wait and grow. He doesn't really have much else of a choice. He recognizes that much.
Yeah, they seem to not want him to die. Because, yeah, who knows? Well, I guess they told you. As, as he's sitting there, we'll zoom out into black, and then we'll go back in on the scene. Who knows? Several days later, at least. Maybe longer than that. I don't think there's going to be an immediate change in position for him here, given that no dragons are coming to help him. I suppose he just wishes to continue doing what he's been doing. I mean, what else does he have? He said no to a ball, so.
He can keep himself occupied.
I mean, every now and then, the wind strength will change. Yeah. As outside the bars, he might not notice it immediately, but you'll hear a slight cackling sound as something will pop into vision.
What is that?
Well, you sure have gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you?
What are you?
Well, let me just call myself your uncle. Remember? Back when you were ever so small, you used to bash me around for fun.
Oh, so you've come to get me some much needed entertainment. That is so nice of you.
Oh no, I've come to stay outside these bars until you fall asleep, then slip inside and slit your throat.
That's rather inconvenient.
And I will, should you actually succeed, simply return.
Must be misunderstanding something, I believe. Wasn't the entire purpose of Hell's Steel and such that we should die as late as possible so we'd be nice and juicy?
Nuts? Yes, of course, but you are quite juicy. Just think of the bonus I would get for being the one to claim you.
If I were as strong as you're undoubtedly suggesting, I wouldn't have ended up in this place in the first place.
Abe considers that. So I suppose that is true. You certainly don't look as strong. Not much bigger.
Besides, I'm not really.
You have orders to at least try to push you a little. You are growing too strong and too fast. But I suppose he sort of looks around. If you can't escape this place and they just intend to let you grow.
Even if I were easily able to escape, which I do not think I am, I don't mind having a good reason to just wait and see what happens around me. It's not something I've tried before. I don't figure since my previous way of doing things hasn't exactly worked out. Change of strategy might be just what I need. And here I'm exactly where I need to be eventually, anyways.
Imp seems to think about that and cackles slightly and says, I sure think, Bezareg, you will find it entertaining, if not very fortuitous. In fact, if this was to happen to all of you, separate cells, that might have been ideal from the beginning. We can't keep you trapped. That's against the rules. But we can keep you here. I have no obligation to save you.
I'm certainly not expecting you to.
Good, because I won't.
Great.
Well, could you be a diplomacy check here, Sheep?
Sure. I mean, where's my power? What's the context here? Because I'm trying to see if I can use.
Well, the imp basically would like to just wait until you inevitably fall asleep and then just try to coup de grace you with his razor sharp assassin imp knife.
All right.
Which might be unpleasant, if nothing else. He can turn invisible right after and leave and so forth. But but it's true that you're captured in here, and he thinks maybe the better idea would just be to let you sit here and just, grow, and then eventually someone will kill you, probably.
Maybe then this ability makes sense. On the one hand, Villigner is saying sensible things. On the other hand, perhaps the nonchalant way of him talking about it might suggest to the end that he's not really afraid.
He's not scared.
No. You could try, but really, why? Don't. That would be stupid for everyone involved.
Okay. How good is this guy? Oh. He's actually not that good at it. Turns out your level is a bit higher than he is. Yeah, I think he nods slightly. I suppose I can always come back another day.
I mean, if you were so inclined to pursue your plan of getting all the dragons involved in this little deal in one of these cages, you could certainly go inform them of my location.
Yeah.
Or not. It's entirely up to you.
Well, that might be useful. That might be useful indeed. I shall bring your words to them then, Belignit. He still seems to have a lot of glee at you being the one captured here. You were not nice to him.
He was not.
If it was Amy Zura, I might have helped. But not you. No.
But there's no hurry now, is there?
Clearly not. Yeah. We got to Amy Zura. Where would she be? Just a while after this. They're just home.
Yeah, I think it's home. I think she's pursuing that long rest, which takes a 10-day.
That makes sense. As an imp appears, popped out of the air. It has a small knife and a wicked grin.
Like, it's been a long time since she's seen an imp, so it just like blinks a few times, like, just to check and to make sure. It's like, all right, yeah, that is an imp. She says, "Hello."
Hello. You have grown just as much as he has. I haven't been following you. That's someone else. I have been following Velignith to the best of my abilities. Waiting for a moment to strike, as it were.
She says, "Ah, yes, he is the most reckless of those that Basarek may raised. It is good thinking."
Yes. Well, it just so happens he's gotten himself captured, would you believe?
She
Being held
says,
in a giant cell above the clouds. If you fly straight up there, you can't miss it. There's barely any guards. Yeah, but he's held by bars that seem very difficult to open from the inside.
she scrutinizes the imp and says,
Imp feels a little bit bad about what he's saying right now. Somehow.
she says, "Now, I lived under Basarek. I know Basarek. I know I would not be given such a courtesy for free from Basarek. Come now. What's really going on here?"
Give me an insight check.
Yeah,
See how well you can actually read this imp.
sure. 22.
That was a lie, and somehow he feels a little bit bad about it.
She's working with the foundation that Basarek has never given me anything like since we left. Like, why would this be happening?
It's been your birthday?
She says, "Wouldn't it have been all of the dragon's birthday then?"
Well, yeah, but he liked you more.
She says, "Well, that does make
Much
sense."
more likable. And you didn't beat up the imps.
She says, "That is true. I do appreciate the imps." Like nods.
No, if you go there and rescue him, it will be, well, it's sort of, it's possible, I suppose. Didn't see many giants.
She says, New thought here. Hear me out. What's your name?" It doesn't matter. It's all right. It's all right. What if,
Okay.
why do I care about the lake?
Well, seems to think. It's not, well, so you care. Give me a bluff check.
Sure, I'll give you a bluff check, though. That's a genuine question.
Yeah, but I want to see if
Are you really bluffing?
how articulate he is. He's not
19.
smart.
Yeah. I won't even use my fast talk with that because it's a genuine question.
Frowns slightly and says, I suppose because the ritual would kill you if you didn't. Well, if he died,
She says, if he dies, I will know it, because I will feel it tugging at me. And as soon as Yaffle dies, my soul will be delivered, all nice and delightfully, to hell.
He nods slowly, following along.
But he's not dead, which means the giants don't want him dead. Right?
I don't know why.
She says, I don't know why. He's killed so many giants.
I don't think they care about the little one. Well, they're really big.
She says, now, because you've been helping me here, what if, hear me out here, an idea to help you. What if you talked the giants into killing him?
I could just kill him. You're a little insulted.
She says, I suppose you could, but wouldn't you enjoy it more if you trick someone else to do it? That's more fun, right?
I mean, really, it's a job. Yeah, give and take.
She says, it's a job, but you can still have fun doing it. Like, I eat to live, but I can still have fun eating.
No one really tells me these things anymore. You're right. I should have fun doing my job.
Exactly. Like, you can, one day you'll be big and strong and grow beyond being an imp.
Yeah. I already got better at it.
Yeah.
Killing all sorts of people in Westgate.
Because you popped all the way in here without anything noticing.
Oh, well, I'm invisible.
She says, exactly.
Long flight. Took a while.
And, well,
I
can detect invisible creatures, but I don't have any other minions that could. It shows your initiative, and that's something that Hell will really appreciate. The time I spent with Basarek and the time I spent studying my infernal contract has taught me that.
But they only seem to respond. I mean, they spoke of dreams, and I can't do dreams. I don't do them. I don't do dreams, but I suppose you could do whispers. You think that would work?
She says, yeah, the giants are so massive that, it's not an offense to your size, but, surely anything you said would come across as a whisper, particularly if you're invisible, as a sign from their Allfather.
I mean, probably, yeah.
And then you didn't just slay Valignith, but you outwitted the giants.
I mean, Pesrick hasn't said anything about the giants. But maybe you're right. But why do you want him dead?
She says, well, he has deeply offended me, and perhaps I'd like to try experimenting doing something with him after he dies, but before Yaffle dies. If it works, then we still get to grow bigger and stronger, and Hell will win. And if it doesn't work, Hell will win.
Just a moment of thought. That nods. I mean, that's Hell winning either way.
She says, and also, I do strongly dislike Valignus, so him feeling pain, I'm okay with that. I'll be better in Hell than he will be.
I understand that. He's mean. I bet he beat you up too.
Says, I know it was Basarek and the imps who looked out for me.
I mean, he told us that you didn't need our help or observance. We were really just there to keep you inside. It would be a shame if you went outside too early. Now you can't go back in. There's a lot of things in there that you're not allowed to see or do.
Is Basarek lonely?
Oh no, he has more helpers now, but he doesn't go out. He's not allowed to. So really, we have to do it for him.
That's unfortunate that he must be trapped there the entire time.
Well, he figures it's not going to be that long anymore.
He says, could be right. You might be the one who makes that happen. That frees Basarek.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get to be stuck somewhere for an important job.
Right. I hear Asmodeus requested Basarek do that himself.
Yeah, well, not by name. He was no one then, but
he's someone now.
Very important.
That's right. Eventually,
Hell made deals all the way down.
Right. The Archdevils learn your name.
Yeah, you know, it's yeah. I'll go whisper to them, and you just grow a little bit and then die, and then everyone can be happy.
She says, I don't have any choice but to grow.
He'll just away.
Her hope is that the giants fucking catch the damn thing and kill
Yeah,
it.
no way. It's like splatting a mosquito.
That's concerning that yeah, it's concerning. She doesn't really know how to tell her minions to look out for invisible creatures. Like, she's already working through the doppelganger problem right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're chewing on that.
Yeah, gangers. They're good at what they do. Just being somebody else. All right. Yeah, that's been quite eventful. I figure before we continue, now we both and the characters know the status quo. I'd like to ask you all, particularly Sheep, what's gonna happen now? Character is in a bad spot. He's exactly where the Cloudhounds would want him to be, which means that certainly him by himself escaping is a very difficult thing to do. That could end up just with him dying, which could lead to Emissary doing something bad with him, going along a sort of a. If you want to go down the route of a Dracolich, we can play with that idea, though it might mean some changes in various ways that will have to be contemplated, right? If you want to wait for rescue, that could be a thing, but it doesn't sound like rescue is coming anytime soon. Or, well, okay, rescue might come from an unexpected source, I suppose I should say. So that is something we could do. Or if yeah, I don't know. What do you want? What you like?
Perhaps first of all, to avoid the question entirely, I don't play to win. Like, I just want to put that out there. I play for the experience.
You certainly get XP.
Yes, I play for those levels. And I play for the things that can happen and are unexpected. And that certainly was what happened this session, although the unexpected part is debatable. I wouldn't want to go for some crazy twist of fate that somehow magically fixes everything.
No.
And I'm more than happy to just let the external factors decide what happens next. Like, if, Emmy were to stage a daring rescue attempt, which seems unlikely, then sure. If she doesn't, then sure. If she tries to do something exotic, then sure. I'd be more than happy to go along with that. As for other unexpected pathways to somehow escape, since I don't know what they are, I couldn't really comment on whether I like the idea of it. If there is a third party that had already been acting in the background and has its own mischievous goals and sensible motivations to go that way, then sure, I'd be along for that. And if none of that works out, then we can figure something out that might not have to involve Bellingham in the future. Maybe he'll just sit up there for 200 years.
Play Silver Dragon.
Maybe.
Of Thunderhome. Just imagine. West.
Or something else entirely. I have not given a character that is not Valignev enough thought to really have a suggestion right away, because, yeah.
that is also not needed. I can, and I feel like maybe that will help your decision. We can speed ahead in time for you, if nothing else, just to have the scene. And I think I can safely say for the rest of you, or for all of you, you can take a full rest.
Okay.
Because I don't think if you retreat from the mine, like it takes a while for you to get that full rest, but it also takes a while for the giants to actually do like your logistical movement of people and such. Compared to you, who can just sort of fly everywhere. So you can take your and it is night. This vignette will occur as something else will appear in the corner. Does Velikith just sleep in the middle of the cage?
He generally enjoys being the middle of things.
Like there's a bit of like for the air and wind. There's a bit of cover over here due to like the wall. So going up.
Nah, he'll stay the center of attention.
Sure, yeah. Then he will begin to feel cold, which is perhaps strange for him because he, is very hot usually.
He is hot, it's true.
And I mean, no one's really around, but it's probably enough that he will wake up. Who knows how long it's been, but he's shivering a bit.
He'll look around. He has an inkling of what's going on, and he does not like it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It is certainly dark night. Up here, though, there's usually a few stars and such, but even they seem dim. As a formless blackness appears, sort of gliding out of the shadows, perhaps up through the floor. Watching him with two glowing eyes.
It's not what I expected.
Velignith.
I'm getting a lot of visitors here. What exactly are you?
I am death. And I hold a claim upon you.
Well, get in line.
Eventually, I will kill you. And claim you for my own. However, that does not have to be just yet. You are captive in this place, high above the clouds, of a people whom I detest, a people who defy me. Their runes bind me. I would see them destroyed. Yet, against them I am weak. You, not.
Recent results disagree with your opinion.
Hovers there for a moment. It is true, but perhaps you would not consider death an ally if you were not desperate. So it has been in the past. Once I brought this offer to another of your kind, but he has fled far below, out of our reach.
What exactly are you offering?
Help But, of course, there are conditions. I would want you to kill everyone here. The giant, primarily. The head of the snake. In return, we will aid you in an attempt to escape.
I'm not exactly in a position to fulfill my end of the deal.
No. But you were trying even before. You attack, you fight, kill. We know you well. You have delivered many to us. Your actions have killed many. It's something we can appreciate. All we want is for you to keep doing that.
If that's all you ask of me, then I would be a fool not to agree to your deal. However, is that all you ask?
I was there for a bit. It says, you declared loudly that you would render everything they had built to dust. This pleases us as well. There are many hidden tombs, many caverns or lakesides where runes can be found, binding the dead to their resting place. We would ask that you scour the mountains, break them, shatter the runes as you once did, so that the dead can move to the world below.
Are we talking literal corpses standing up and walking somewhere else, or a more figurative souls moving on to the afterlife?
These can both be true. We do not believe you're in a position to negotiate, but we would wish you to enjoy your. After all, you will not just kill them for us, but also for you. And you will rid your mountains of all the bones in them. No burning.
In fact, everything I do is for me. That's nothing new. And I believe that I do have some room to negotiate. I mean, after all, you came to me.
The giants will not be done here. They will continue. They will hunt the others. They will bring them down. At least they will try, because they still believe their Allfather must be sated. The conflict will continue with or without you.
Is the voice the giants are hearing truly the Allfather, or is it some other force involved in this weird conflict?
Who's to say?
I would have suspected that you knew, being deaf and all.
There are some things that are not for the living to know.
Suppose.
Of course, should you prefer, you may join us just as well. I will offer to aid you in death. You will escape this place, and you will come with me.
How impatient are you?
We have forever.
I figured as much. You see, here's how I see this. Right now, I'm not exactly as strong as I need to be. Even your assistance might tip the scales a little bit, but perhaps just to the point where I get myself into another situation where my strength is just not going to be sufficient, and, well, there's no death number 2 to help me out then, is there? So, I think what you need is not just me, but more of me. More of my kind, rather. There's a reason that I attacked the giants, and it is a reason that has a long, long history. Simply put, it just felt right for me to do, so I did it. But it does appear that my kin don't exactly think the same way, which bothers me. I'm generally somewhat hoping that my presence here might keep the cooperation that I've tried to foster between those who are involved in this whole ordeal going, in a sense. I don't know if it will. As I've said, the giant before, Emmy is a mystery to me, and the cicatrix is too new to really know about, and supposedly there's potentially more that are involved. It's a whole thing. What I'm saying is that I don't think acting right at this second is gonna really work out. So either you commit with me to some sort of long con where I'm not gonna do anything for a while and you're okay with that, or perhaps I'll just stay a little while longer and you get back to me later. How about that?
Coming here is difficult.
It was quite
Well,
easy for me, actually.
In a year, then.
You
Perhaps
might do.
the waiting will have changed your mind.
Might have given me perspective, might have solidified my opinion. Who knows? A lot can happen in a year, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. As that is his response. It can glide away. So really it's got time, but can't risk getting found out. Yeah. I think that puts the cards on the table at least. Perhaps it's something you want to consider.
I'll consider.
Just how to move along. So we don't have to make the decision now.
I mean, this decision is difficult because to uphold my end, Veliknev is supposed to kill everyone present, which seems like that would be a difficult thing to do, considering...
You would have to, yeah.
I mean, eventually...
The whole thing.
I mean, the thing is, it would still be difficult.
It's more like you don't get to leave and then just, go live in Comey or something. But yeah, as a goal, killing all the cloud giants might be difficult. It's certainly true.
He can't commit to this sort of deal if he doesn't have the support of more than just himself. Because it has been shown in the past that he currently has troubles even against the small giants, and he does not have a few hundred years to grow up to be strong enough to take on like a dozen cloud giants, or however many there are, half a dozen.
Yeah, I mean, cloud giants are only some of the very high-ranking sort of giant types, and can have a lot of power, even compared to a shore dragon. But yeah, I think we're gonna end the session here, if nothing else, because we need to consider, and I need to, going forward, how we handle that. So let's open the floor to discussion. And maybe it's undiplomatic, but I gotta be right back for a bathroom break before I get too into it.
I'll wait for Maniga to return before I say anything.
I'll take a toilet break as well then.
I have been waiting. I don't want to miss anything.
Hey viewers, how's it going? How you doing out there? Folks who are full listening, half listening, doing work there behind the scenes. Whether you're listening to this immediately or years from now, hope you're well. Yeah, Izukawa, you certainly have a task before you. You are seeking to commemorate this in art.
I am back.
Congratulations on your return.
Thank you. It was a difficult journey, but in the end I made it.
Phew, an arduous task
Yeah.
completed. Izukawa is trying to compile all of the various elements of the session into a concept for art.
I'm back.
I'm sure there could be like a single picture that summarizes the session, but I wouldn't know what that would be.
Ari, you there? I don't know whether you stepped away or not, Ari. I think she went to use the restroom as well.
Yeah. Well.
Wait for her.
An unexpected turn of events, perhaps. Yeah. How you two feeling?
I said I was going to wait for Ari, so I will.
That makes sense.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're all back now.
Yay.
So, when this campaign started, and we received our documents, and among the requests or demands that were required to be a dragon in Dreads of the Dragon Coast. Compulsion. I reckoned that it would be only a matter of time before Compulsion, one of our Compulsions, got us into a real pickle. It was, depending on the player and the particular dragon and the group at the time, any of those Compulsions could careen off a cliff. My character's laziness has certainly not been to her advantage. But as it turns out, the first compulsion to end us in the biggest of all pickles is Valignus. Only destruction is the truth revealed. During the session, it had not been something I had considered until Sheep's exact word choice, where it just fit in so beautifully that I put it there. And while he has earned the most draconic essence over the course of this campaign, he finally ran out of points to spend.
Yep.
Stave off a compulsion. Which I'm genuinely amused.
It's deliciously ironic. I had 6 before I started the unrelenting campaign against the hierarchy, and then when I needed it the most, oops, might have overspent a bit.
Points just have run in like a river through him, but just in using them against the hierarchy now this one time. And so from a narrative sense, this is deeply satisfying, if only so that one of the dragon's compulsions has finally put them too far.
Uh-huh.
And that's really fucking bad. And narratively wise, the other dragons bailing on that also makes great sense. My character certainly has more connection. Vercingetorix, however, has just met the other dragons and has existed perfectly, not perfectly fine, but up to this point, and so really has no skin in this game. And so a departure from that dragon makes perfect sense. And my character, our dragons have snipped at each other, primarily at Valignant over the course of this campaign. There's keep trying to risk everything. There's going to be time where we'll either imprison you ourselves because we threaten that, or it's just not going to work. However, now with that narrative satisfaction being achieved, I as a player have now all right, where do we pivot to?
That is the question.
Yeah, I'm of the same sort of feel, narratively, how things played out, what I ended up deciding in the various offers feels satisfying, although very awkward from a player perspective. But I would rather have something satisfying than something that is convenient for me as a player. The most convenient thing would be Valiant gets teleported home and it's fine. That would be convenient because we could just keep playing like nothing happened. But that's I don't think that's what any of us want.
We live in a world with consequences.
Exactly. I like consequences. I disregard consequences, but I like them.
You certainly, with your compulsion, also have been playing with fate.
Oh yeah.
It would be easier for me to pivot if Valignant were simply dead than it is for me to find a pivot point from this moment. Him having succeeded in the save or die has just made things more like an awkward pivot spot than it is to now there's finality in his death. Now it's resolved that, or we're going to hell.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he certainly could still make an escape attempt and perish in his attempt if a bit of final defiance is what's in him at some point. But
as a player, there's no I'm not even speaking about the character. As a player, I would not know how to involve myself with Valignant's current situation. I didn't. It has been firmly communicated the dangers of these cloud spires before we lost Valignant to the cloud spires.
Yeah, it's true.
At the point of no, I think just traveling to the cloud spires is a TPK, and I don't think that is I don't think the story should end on the dragons collectively doing something that foolish.
Yeah, like the daring escape, the daring like prison breakout. I don't see that being plausible or really. I that doesn't seem natural.
All right. Let's have an Aries thoughts here.
Yeah, I feel much the same. Where it's like I'm torn because as a player, it's like, oh, like, so it really kind of sucks. But yeah, as you say, I don't really, I can't find a reason that we would go up there. Like, we were, I mean, okay, we were outsmarted it, but we were at our home turf and we got fucking smacked. Like, if they're keeping him alive, to the Sigurd's mind, it's like, this is a trap. Like, clearly, you know,
Hmm.
that's not gonna happen. She hasn't stayed alive this long to just throw herself. You know, she had planned before she met these dragons to try and beat the crap out of Yarfu herself, and you know, let's go. Yeah, I don't think. That will change. I do like there's some interesting choices I feel like with the options presented, but it's also yeah, it's a little daunting I think right now. Me like
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I like Velignith as a character, but it's certainly true that it's been. I didn't even think about the fact that his essence has all been spent fighting the giants, punching above his weight.
No, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna take this compulsion. Double click my token, scroll down to Essence, and see that 0. I was like, okay,
Oh, yeah.
this will happen.
Yeah, I thought you had a point too. I still would have like it didn't come to my mind. Like I still like that compulsion was still like you set that up right there, and so I was like, of course.
Yeah, it was too good.
And at that point, I mean, I guess narratively, just it's Velignith snapping in a way, right? It's that he cannot deny his nature any longer. The essence is sort of the dragon playing this magical compulsion they have to just be a certain way. It's sort of they're not natural creatures; they're magical creatures, and so they're magical. Magic is part of them, and that part is the magic driving him in that direction. Many dragons just sort of give into it because it kind of feels bad not to, and they just live by doing that, which is why so many of them are similar based on their color, right? But you can defy it, certainly, as long as you don't always, because then at some point you're gonna drive yourself off a cliff, I suppose.
or up one.
He just
Very
yeah,
far up a cliff.
he'd been acting so much, pulling so much on his red dragon magic that he had empowered it to the point where he just couldn't make himself leave. Maybe for the moment he thought he could just do it, right? He just wanted to see what one of them was, and then suddenly things changed. So certainly the story going this way. Interesting. So there's two thoughts that don't really answer anything. In that we gave it a roll to see. I was unsure if they would capture them because, after all, the Cloud Giants are very mercurial, and capturing one of the dragons does make sense for them, and what they're sort of about. However, the assassins are not really caring about that. So it was sort of I gave it to a coin toss, right? He made it, which kind of makes me want to do something with the fact that he did. If nothing else, at least, he's now got maybe a little bit more information about this place than he did before. Should he just perish now and then be dead anyway. He will should he return in some fashion, still have those bits of knowledge, right, and memories and whatnot of being in the cell. So I don't think it's entirely wasted, even if that's the right route we go. Another option, of course, as you mentioned, is to just leave him in there. His organization, he did make sure to have decent leadership in it, so they will continue doing things they believe, are good for him. Which, I mean, that's really just what Cheap has been doing with them so far. He just continue playing them really without too much difficulty. There, his lieutenant's in charge. Of course, he doesn't have a dragon, which is a problem, because we do things as dragons. We play dragons, so yeah. I suppose the question comes down to whether or not you want to temporarily stop playing Valignith until, something changes, I suppose. If you want to permanently stop playing Valignith, which means, I don't really know what that means, or if you would like to sooner rather than later continue playing Valignith, which would mean, for example, a lich situation or something.
Perhaps the least useful answer first. While I think the direction is interesting, I, as a person, am not really interested in the whole undead themes.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not sure how much I would enjoy that, and the worst thing that could happen is that I end up playing a character I no longer enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
The other thought, it's a similar problem with a temporary character. If I know that it is temporary, then I would expect that I instinctively put in less effort, as sad as that sounds, but I know myself.
Yeah.
Which would also be very sad. And permanently not playing Valignith anymore would also be very sad.
Hmm.
But out of the three options, I think it might be the most preferable. I'm worried about the sort of break that always happens when a character leaves and a new one gets introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the fun comes from the interactions, the things you already know about characters, defying the expectation perhaps, or completely playing into expectations. All those things are fun.
Mm-hmm.
But with a new character, it takes a while to get to that place again.
Yeah.
So there's no easy choice here. On the other hand, Grimmeth?
Should Valignith permanently depart, there would no longer be the engine of those two characters, Invisary Legionnaire and Valignith, driving each other. Think of all the time we have spent in the past several sessions just role-playing that.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I mean. That would be missing. Perhaps it might reappear later, but that isn't even guaranteed.
It is not.
On the other hand, thinking from Valignith's perspective, if this were just the story and the whole, playing being fun would exactly be relevant and we could stop at any point, I do like the idea of him just actively choosing inaction. Because what he's been doing before hasn't really worked out. Emmy has been hammering into his skull that he's being too reckless, he's being too impatient. And turns out she's sort of right. And by staying here, not only would he basically just wait and grow, his draconic arrogance, of course, suggesting that whatever the giants try to keep him docile or whatever would inevitably give him an opportunity to escape once he wants to, basically, once he's bigger. I lost my train of thought there. While at the same time basically trying the more patient approach. But of course, there's the character concerns. I do like Valinov. I like that he's being stupid sometimes, a lot, reckless. There are also things I dislike about the character. One being that the relation to Emmy has not been the best.
It has improved. But by necessity last year after Jonas's departure, like part of like the agreement that we made each other was to improve like us working together. And so it has improved.
Yeah, it certainly has improved, but it's I don't mean to phrase it as a criticism to how you play Emmy, but rather just from an in-world perspective. It's an odd dynamic because Velignov is basically the way I made Velignov was that he would always be willing to help. Half to sort of facilitate, chromatic dragons working together, and well, perhaps a larger half just trying to accomplish his grand ambitions in the whole world ruled by dragons. And to make that happen, we sort of have to work together and help each other to grow strong. But on the other hand, that means that Velignov wants to be asked for help, but doesn't want to really ask anyone else for help unless it's absolutely desperate, and when that happens, it feels miserable. Like, this is exactly the situation. It is also not something I particularly enjoy as a player. The fact that trying to do anything together either is out of my hands or feels miserable.
I had not realized that it felt miserable for you.
I mean, there's not really too much you as a player could have. I don't know. I just didn't have the leverage I wanted, so to speak. Like, we don't really exchange favors. I don't really have anything to give that I've not already implicitly agreed to always give, basically.
And when my character, like when I've tried to like roleplay, like thinking of things as like a favor-based relationship, like you help me with like the Cult of No Banyan, like by completely destroying it. So, like of course, and we're stuck together. Like Valigna's like, do you like? I remember like the defiant, like almost like this is not how this relationship goes. This is not how I feel.
Yeah, it's certainly representative of his, or perhaps of my interpretation of his simplistic worldview, of him being the facilitator for all other chromatic dragons, which makes it very difficult if you don't have the strength to actually facilitate, so to speak. So to summarize all that, I've definitely had gripes with the character too. I enjoy Valinov a lot, but I've had gripes.
It's not just our compulsion that made this so that I thought it was only a matter of time before like one of our characters like went down or up a cliff in this case. With how dragons normally are, solitary, incredibly powerful creatures, like it is only role play, like wise, natural for our characters to want to lean into that. But because of the curse of lethargy and by the very like construction of our characters as like classes, we aren't solo creatures.
Yeah.
Like we have to like work together as a team, and when the team dissolves, that is when the dragons are the weakest. And what happened this session was very much a team dissolution. Just
yeah, perhaps that is also a symptom of the the characters as characters, so to speak. I think when we started this campaign with Veristrix and Telrexos, we had a bit of how to phrase this, a bit more glue in our relationships, so to speak. I think mostly centered around Telrexos, really, because he had traits that I think everyone could relate to, whereas Velignith and Emissary are basically polar opposites.
Of all the dragons, of like the various combinations between the starting four, yeah, Velignith and Emissary lead of here, despite them never having directly fought, unlike Velignith and Tilraxis, are the most like dissimilar.
It's not true. We have directly fought. Fake fought, but still.
When
we did the display for Red and Seer.
Oh.
Yep.
I suppose that did transpire.
So, overall, my thoughts are that in the short term, it would be sad to lose like a character with history.
Mhm.
But in the long term, I think it might actually lead to a more working dynamic between the three of us.
What you thinking, Ari?
No, I was just thinking, because I obviously am new to the campaign, but I think also there's something, which is something I've struggled with coming in, is the fact that our dragons have very different focuses and very different goals, which is the whole. We're dragons, we're a big deal, we have our own fucking shit. But it also makes it, as Sheep also says, like, at that point, it's like, we don't really see the same things necessarily as a threat because we're not the same places. So unless someone comes for like all of us, it's sort of a weird situation when we help each other also, because it's like, oh, you go out of each other's way. Like, it's not like normally when you play D&D you run around in a party, so naturally someone tries to backstab someone, everyone else will be like, yo, what? But it's like the whole setup kind of also makes that harder, I think. Or like, the cool thing is that you are very independent, but there's also downsides to it somehow.
Yes, it's the downside of independence. Dungeons and Dragons is a party-based game, and what we are doing is running antithetical to that. Instead of like at the start of this campaign, by necessity, the dragons like had to rove around as a party and work together to survive. Over the progression of the campaign, the players leaned into being more like dragons and separating. And with like the separation occurring, more personality traits came into play, and thus more like, things that go against being a party. Like, we as players like do still want to keep the party like rolling and moving,
Yeah,
but we're also exploring like what it's like when these petulant creatures basically that think they're better than everyone are like, what's in it for me? But it's like, what's in it for you. Survival. It's like,
Yeah, the game certainly has been from the beginning. The goal is to try to be the dragons in Dungeons and Dragons, which has been tried before, but I think I put a lot of effort in to try to make it possible, even if it's clear that it's we're really mangling everything in the attempt. We're making pancakes with a blender.
I enjoy Velignith as a character, and in this current situation where the session has ended, as I'm looking for a pivot off point, if I were to lose having Valignith as a character to witness and interact with, my concern is whether Valignith will have an end fitting for the character.
Yeah, just a second.
Maybe the cat threw up on their carpet again.
Probably.
Sam, no! Because I heard Tina's, oh, gross.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, okay, no. Wait, I know.
That was the turtle.
He's the...
like it's not from a character perspective, it's at a player perspective where I don't know how to move these sessions along that gets Valignith out of where he is.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, just like as a player, it's like, I don't know where to go. Like, I don't know how to tell that story that gets Valignith out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know what my character could do, and I'm not talking about like trying to role play the character. Like, I don't know what actions I could take that could, like, with reasonable expectation, get Valignith out of there.
Yeah, I mean, we've experienced some of the strength the hierarchy had to offer. Like, one of those fucking birds was such a nightmare, and there's apparently 4 more of those, like, right around here somewhere.
Yeah. Like, Commander Vigdis last session, like, warned about, like, the power that one of those cloud giants could have to suffocate you, and I'm like, now we're up maybe in Central Spire Hell, where the region is?
Alright, I'm back. Cat threw up. So.
Figured.
Yeah. And the only, like, sneaky dragon who could arguably, like, get here and do some infiltrating or something doesn't really have a big enough stake to justify that.
I don't think it's even character justification. It's like, how do you even construct that kind of infiltration mission?
Yeah, I don't know.
I was gonna say, the Cicatrix can only sneak. She has no illusionary, like, she has no magic.
Like
She stabs and sneaks.
Like, it would be like an operation, like a multi-session spanning operation to execute a heist with several, like, moving elements and, like, other, like, things we draw in from NPCs to have a chance of breaking Valignith out.
So between Rain and D&D 4th edition, we'll squeeze in some Blades in the Dark just to fill the middle.
Actually, it's a score to extract you and transport you, like, out of there.
If yeah,
Starting situation is desperate. And
coming in here a bit fragmented, but if I hear things right, basically everyone enjoy Riddick as a character and the dynamic he brings to the party, and thus probably would have more fun if he could somehow get out and do other things than sit here in a cage.
I mean, my summary, I think, was in the short term, sure. Looking forward, like 10, 20 sessions, I'm not so sure. Like, I'm not sure that a new character couldn't eventually lead to an even more enjoyable dynamic. Because there are certainly aspects of Valignith as a character that causes character interactions that I don't particularly enjoy, but don't really see a good way to bypass or to work on in the first place.
All
like,
right.
One good example there is like the purple worm that is just a menace, and there's physically nothing I can do by myself. And I don't want to ask for help. Like, I have nothing to give, nothing to offer, and so it just sits there.
The other dragons, like, you know, that we played with were willing to, like, ask for help. Like, you not wanting to ask for help, but fits in with, like, this arrogant, like, red dragon thing, but also is an inhibitor.
So this could also just be a grass is greener sort of thing, right? How would a new character, do you think, change that?
I'd have to think about what kind of character it would be in the first place. I don't really have a character concept at hand that I've, you know,
I figure not. No.
I've had in the oven.
Okay, I mean, I'll just gonna put some more things on the table, though they might not be entirely relevant. That I just thought of anyway. If we wanted him to come out, then I think a fun way to do that's a little bit gamey, obviously. But if we want to try that, we could do a lair attack using a group of heroes led by a certain hero who very much would want to free Malignant to earn his favor.
Snoot.
A bard. Hell, Snoot might want to get to him still. But
The bard hunting for the anvil.
the bard will want to, if possible, earn his favor. And she was basically told last time that finding me is not enough. Maybe freeing him would be. Could bring some friends. So that's something we could do, which might be because we do them before, and they by nature are kind of sort of silly and gamified. That's a thing.
I don't know about that. Like, look, man, these are fucking cloud giant spires. Yeah.
It's like, that place that is terrifying to free dragons. This random bad lady who's infatuated with Valagniv and her free bodies just went in there. I don't know. It's a hard thing to wrap my head around.
Beyond that, of course, magic could help. He's sitting here just hanging out. But that doesn't necessarily mean that his consciousness has to be here at all times. Spells like simulacrum and such exist. If the Colder Dragon found out that he was gone, they might try to summon him or something. Who knows? Maybe take him and stick him temporarily in a body made of snow or clay, or even just a person or something like that. Would certainly shake things up while still letting us keep Malignant as a character around.
Much like Tiamat has been kept prisoner, but yet is not always a prisoner.
Yeah. That's an option. Maybe Wilhelm would find that funny.
What a bittersweet way to follow your goddess way.
I mean, basically, it's not something they could normally do, but they have got the resources of a city now, thanks to his intervention.
That's right. We're not just doing a run of the mill. This is the adventure path the heroes need to get on to stop this cult.
Yeah, but
I mean, considering the competency of the Cult of the Dragon that I've witnessed so far, I wouldn't want to trust them with any elaborate rituals.
Well, that's probably the thing, right? Maybe they didn't want to do this, but it ended up that way. Or
You're gonna be a frog.
Yeah.
Probably not a frog. I don't think we would try to do it on a frog.
Half a man. Like, it's just.
Yeah.
But
I mean, another avenue that I think there's
something like
that I think the chat even just mentioned. Like, if Valagniv dies, so does Tyraxos, right?
What? Why?
Because then the Queen of Air and Darkness might not want that to happen quite so soon. But that is not an angle I want to go down. I hate Fae. Let's not involve them ever again.
That is literally the least enjoyable angle of everything I've heard suggested.
Yes.
Yeah, I put a big, at least for the Fae, unless one of you guys really want it back, they're out. They're not. Don't care anymore. They were Tyraxos' thing, and
We had to spend a long time resolving that after Torax.
Yeah. Yeah, he, smashed a bunch of glasses and then left you guys with the bill.
Noticed.
But something like that is a possibility. I mean, if you don't want to escape and still have him be here, certainly it might be humbling for him, but nothing else would allow you to do something. Still, debate, but
I do feel like, as Sheep says, there's some things that are not enjoyable about the current dynamic. Like, a way to change it could also be, having some kind of situation where Velignif is, maybe stuck here half the time or whatever. Like, to be basically humbled enough, if that is even possible, that he might have to reconsider his ways a bit. Like, but that would also change him, like, so much as a character that I don't know if it would be a good thing necessarily. I will say.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
I have had a lot of trouble, like, trying to insert myself into, like, even with having made a complete backstory and stuff that made sense. It's sort of hard to come into, like, an already very established party, but also at the same time being able to just latch onto that has also been, like, the story has moved on a lot quicker with that, and I don't know how it would work if there suddenly came another very new dragon.
I mean, it's always a bit jarring to introduce a new character. That is unavoidable, but sometimes it does lead to better things, like even in situations where it might not immediately be obvious.
How fatigued are you of Velignif, Sheep? Like, I had not realized, like, you had felt as many cons about Velignif as this conversation has revealed to me.
That's a difficult question. I wouldn't call it fatigued. I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
I'm generally a person that enjoys starting something fresh, just in general, which is certainly painting my opinion perhaps more than expected towards the direction of letting Velignif be stuck here, basically. So that's worth considering. On the other hand, how do I want to phrase this? On the other hand, there have certainly been multiple situations where I went to Manikai for advice on how to handle things, because there were situations that I simply wasn't particularly enjoying by fault of no one, basically.
All of you have.
Yeah, I expected as much. So that's just natural. I think for me the argument that would most speak to investigating the possibility of a new character would be just finding character traits that help us work better as a group. Because right now our character traits are opposed to the point where it's difficult for our characters, I think, to have positive opinions about each other. And that's not necessarily a state that's good. I mean, maybe that's a bit extreme. Maybe I shouldn't generalize so much. But I think there could be a character that would facilitate this whole group play, and it's not Valignov.
What I would like to suss out is what style of gameplay would you find the most enjoyable to pursue? Like what kind of ending would you like for Valignov if there is to be one here? And what story would you like to tell moving forward?
The game style that I enjoy the most is where working together comes naturally. That very much happened in the first part of the campaign, where there was an external threat that heavily encouraged not only us to stick together because we needed to, but also because we wanted to. And even if we no longer need to stick together due to survival or whatever force, it would be great if there was something that makes us want to work together on certain goals, and that has rarely been the case.
Dragons who enjoy each other's company,
Not
and of like the two of the starting 4 dragons, our dragons enjoy each other's company the least.
not necessarily enjoy each other's company, but coincidentally share goals that are compatible.
Okay.
For example, I think the Cicatrix and Emmy share a good goal in that you've both targeted Tizir. You have an interest in those cities, so there's definitely a working cooperation there. We briefly had it with the Cult of Nobanian, which basically was Valignov seeing an opportunity to advance Emmy's visions, which was rarely the case. So he was more than welcome to help her there.
I think the absence of Tilraxis has hurt Valignov the most there, then, because like Valignov was key to like bounce off of Tilraxis's empire building dreams.
Yeah, I think so. It would have been great if he stuck around. I think I even explicitly said to Jonas, hey, surprisingly enough, Valignov and Tilraxis might actually be very compatible.
And like my character doesn't want to build an empire, so it's kind of like, yeah, there isn't much harmony there. But that was true as far back as Burning Elm.
It's true. I mean, there have been a lot of moments where I enjoyed the like polar nature of our characters. Yeah. Like the whole Office Sterelix thing, I'm still mad about it, but in retrospect, I enjoyed a lot.
That's just a different perspective of just between the two of us, because I've thoroughly enjoyed like the sort of grading like aspects that our two characters have ended up taking towards each other, because I know as players we're still like working in a group harmony idea, so we have the flexibility because we trust each other in that to be really obnoxious towards each other.
Yeah, I've definitely enjoyed that. I think I've said before, mentioned before, that the thing I have gripes with is if Valignov encounters a challenge that he cannot do himself, asking either of the current other characters for help is not fun because I have nothing to offer, and well, the Cicatrix is too unknown so far to really interact with well, and asking Emmy for help because of her understandable dislike of Valignov either puts you in an awkward position where you have to somehow think of a way to justify the assistance, or I don't know.
There isn't a need for justification with some things, and there is ever so, like, say for example the hierarchy. My character didn't have a vested interest in giants. Like I could make use of that ruined watchtower, but like my character is all too like cognizant of the fact that she needs Valignov, and that has like been her operating mindset. The other dragons are gone. It's just the two of them with Cicatrix we found, but it's still like Valignov's the only other one who's left. Like I have to help him, and he has helped me, like despite all of his flaws, like oh, how the hell am I going to build another working relationship with a dragon? Like I can trust Velignith in his simplicity and the fact that he knows we both come from the same place, having been raised by Bassarak.
Yeah.
Like this hierarchy thing, like that was a no-brainer because it's like I don't like she doesn't care about these mountains, but I have to help him. And if there have been any doubts, like Velignith bringing his dwarves and lizard folk all the way over there to just crush the cult of Nobanian, just like took out like a justification. Just because Velignith doesn't work in the concept of like a favor trading like relationship, like the Missouri Legion very much feels that way. Currently, her stance is, I need him, but I can't save him where he is.
Yeah. I think I got stuck on question 1 of your 3 there, and I forgot what the other 2 were.
I'm not sure whether I... Shit. I guess it's like, what ending would you find the most satisfying for Velignith if Velignith's story were to end here? Like, if you had to close the book on him, what would be the most enjoyable way for you to do that? Because we're players here. We can suss that out. The game exists to tell that story.
Yeah. I don't mean to perhaps sound too... What even is the word for what I'm trying to describe? I'm sure there's a word. In German, we would definitely have a word because we have a word for everything. But I guess welcoming of the character's end. But I sort of really enjoy the irony of his current situation. Like, there has always been a theme with the Velignith and cages. There have been the threats of Emmy, hey, if you don't stop putting yourself in danger just to get us to act, then we're just gonna put you into a cage. That has always been a thing, and like his whole like character development of him like shedding his armor was him seeing it as a cage. And now he's in a cage where his act of defiance is actually accepting the cage. Because, well, his recklessness and his not recklessness, perhaps his over-ambition, his overextension hasn't really worked out. So the other thing to try is to just wait. Grow and wait and eventually act when he's strong enough. The problem with that, however, is that it's not really an end in the character's mind, and in theory, eventually there's a point where that criterion would be reached and Velignith as a character would want to act again. So it's not a permanent end, unfortunately. Unfortunately, right. I say.
Right. There is absolutely a cruel irony of him now being in this situation that he so detested and has been come up as quasi threats from the other dragons over the course of the campaign. But as you said, eventually that end would stop being an end because Velignith would be older, or circumstances would change, or the hierarchy might fall, and then he would want to take action.
Now, well, the question would then sort of follow, that follows anyway, is if you're happy with him just sitting here, would you want him to succeed at escaping, or would you rather that he just stay here for beyond everything?
I mean, it would be sad for him to eventually act and just sort of fizzle and not really accomplish anything. But
or he could wait longer than what this campaign might stretch to.
Sure, but I wouldn't want to know that it does,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Well, no, and you might, even if you're different dragons, also want to throw down with these guys at some point. But, that can be done even if you don't play him anyway.
Yeah, maybe there's an option where I don't even make that choice and just let you make it. Like, I would be okay with that.
Just let time tell.
Maybe, he takes his ambitions to the extreme, and rather than assisting other dragons, he takes the pursuit of, beating them into shape instead, or something. Of course, he would somehow be strong enough, have to be strong enough to be an actual threat, which he is not and will not be for a while. But there might be possibilities there too. I can't tell what would be most satisfying in the far future, because it's the far future.
But you're feeling the most satisfying for him in his end right now is for him to suffer the irony of being forced away.
Yeah, suffer the irony or accept the irony, really. That's mostly how I see it.
Yeah. Finally, after all this time, he just has to accept it. Okay.
I've certainly enjoyed the moment where Velignith could tell Death to get back to him later.
I know, like, get in line, basically. Some of the others want to kill me. It's fair to tell Death, like, you're not getting my soul. Hell is getting my soul if I die. That was absolutely Velignith. Like, the interactions with the imp and with the giant, like, regent and with the wraith, that's all Velignith right there.
If nothing else, let that serve as his epitaph.
Yeah, in the end, I'm of the opinion that D&D and D&D-esque games, as this is one, are most enjoyable when you give consequences to the die rolls as well, rather than just the decisions, because often the unexpected and perhaps the undesired in some cases leads to, in retrospect, the most interesting things. Like there's a component that is the immediate current fun, and there's also the component that is the like retrospect fun. And the dice rolls not going the player's ways more often than not plays into the latter kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, if we're leaning in that direction, which it sounds like at the moment, which means Velignith gets to stay in his cage, indeterminate time. Maybe at some point he'll be freed by you or by some other action, and in that case, we'll consider what he'll do then. Basically, could be Sheep has played a different character and is like, you know what, I miss Velignith. Back to that. Could be that he doesn't. I mean, that sounds that's what you're telling me, Sheep.
I think so, yeah.
The question then would be, because I think, it's hard to introduce new characters into this campaign, the sort of by design conceit, right? We have because it turns out Yaffle has been around doing things to ensure that she would actually win and live. It's all for her, really. So there are ways. I'm sure we can come up with something there. But Grimmith, I'm interested in how. On one hand, I could see it be easier to introduce new characters if this is the sort of future status quo. You said that Emmy knew she had to work with Velignith because they were the only ones left. This might leave her in a situation where she might feel that she's the only one left. Because if the others aren't in a position when Yaffle actually sort of succeeds in the ritual and returns, if she's not opposed, then she wins. If the others aren't in a position to aid in stopping that, then it's just her.
Yeah. I have been devoting part of my brain power to processing what this would mean for her. And like I have already like attached like roleplay significance to Tilraxos and Veristrix both being gone. With Valignith being gone as well, I am uncertain how this would impact like her worldview or approach. I don't know how like angry she would become or how afraid she might become. Like I know that some of her patience and carefree nature will be lost. I am just uncertain what direction that would lean for her in the face of I am the only one now from Bassarek's tomb.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a story to tell where she snaps and the hierarchy is not left alone as like this is an indignity and insult that she will now take upon herself, and in her own means, in her own way, will pursue and hound the hierarchy. Or she might get spooked off and want to go further away from those damn mountains and that damn valley, because there's not really good memories there for her.
Mm-hmm.
Tilraxos having been snatched away by fairies, Veristrix tunneling away into who knows, and Valignith now being a prisoner of Cloud Giants. But I would, if he is still alive, she would want to free him. And if he died, she would want to bring him back. If for no other reason than she believes she needs him to live.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is every information she's been given about the ritual. And that's probably not incorrect.
Yeah. Now, he's not currently, at least as she would come to understand, right? Given that she hasn't died, and as she said, if they wanted to kill her, kill him, they would have, right? So he's not immediately in danger, which might give her time. Certainly, I imagine an eventual goal of freeing him is not bad. I don't think.
She figures she has time, but she doesn't know how much like she doesn't know how long she has before Yaffle dies.
Yeah.
Like facing the new incarnation, it's sort of thing like, I don't know how long that'll take. I don't know what circumstances will change. Like if Valignith just collapses in his cage and the Giants might be like, hey, what's up with you? Who knows? Imps, Bassarek's dreams, who knows? And so it's like, I think she figures she has as long as until Yaffle's reincarnate, like death. And once the next Curse of Lethargy hits, she's gonna go, like, she would collapse into that panicked.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where the character would go, but it would not be positive development for the character's personality. It would all be negative.
More dysfunctional.
Yeah, like it's going to prod her into more action, but it's like that patient and carefree those aspects are going to be tarnished because she's the last one. That's absolutely true, Cyberspace Samurai. There was years put in that relationship. You can't let that time be wasted. No effort wasted, damn it.
Yeah. That's a different way of going about it. Sunk cost.
Yep, sunk cost. And as a player, I'm just like, I'm trying to like reckon with the concept of, Aerie already struggling to like, like in this campaign, sort of like flexing around, like introducing not just a new character, but a new player. You know, a new character could absolutely be introduced into the fabric. I'm just trying to work through my mind.
Don't think Velignith is going to disappear in the same way that Varstrix and Talaxis did, from his current circumstances at least. That does not mean necessarily that Sheep has to keep playing Velignith. Those are not the same things. Like Sheep said, you don't want to make a character that you know is temporary. You don't have to. If you want to make a new character, Velignith, given his current, at least what I see, given his current, like, what this might teach him is certainly very different. Basically, Emmy and him swapping personality traits, in that he might get very patient and very inactive from this. Which means that even if she's freed, we might be able to not have Sheep actually play with it. If he doesn't. Seems like everyone said what they wanted to say.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, let's sleep about this, because it does impact all of us as a group. Yeah. But honestly, does it ever lead to good things?
Sleep?
No, not sleep in general, but putting off decisions.
I don't know. I mean, it could. You're gonna have a different perspective, like a day, of course. But some of the paths we have before us might take some time to figure out as well. So knowing which one we want to go down might help us to expedite the process of getting to the end of it, so that we can continue playing.
All right. See what path we want to take. If we don't, Ari will shoot us.
Which one will you shoot first? Choose carefully.
Oh, go for it. Or dual wield.
Oh, mana guys are included, I see.
Huh. Whole brace of pistols.
All right, viewers. Hopefully you've digested this and it was less heady for you.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. That's... things happen.
Remember our character goals? Me neither.
I can tell you, weathering the giants is not one of them. I don't know if that would have been completed, given this.
We didn't even go over our goals and whether we wanted to remove any at the start of the session. So it doesn't matter.
But yeah, I figured we would just continue on. I looked at them. I was like, yeah, okay. We've had no talk about any of it, so yeah. I hope everyone, at least it seems like everyone has been entertained, even when we end on a bit of a dilemma, if you will. You know, if this was a TV show, this would be like the end of a series, finale.
As we see the Velignith
staring out into the endless.
Right. Like he adopts the pose that he's had in the Dragon Fane Center, where he just like lays there stoically.
Death comes over his shoulders. Says, "No, I think you can go."
Right. Comes back next year. Like they're still laying there.
A moss growing on him.
There's like a ball that's been left in the corner.
Yeah, the Giants are tired of just. They were thinking they could get like a dragon reality show, and now the dragon's just sitting there. Like, so they're just starting to throw things at him. Like,
There's
play with the ball.
there's been a stone giant who's been commissioned as like a for an artistic like a portrait of like real life accurates, and they're just going about the task placidly with no emotion.
You'd be so lucky to get up here.
I was gonna say.
Well, if an imp can do it, so can the stone giant.
He could, but I mean, would he really break the rules to do so?
It wouldn't be proper.
It would be proper. He deserves to be down in the muck. That's where he lives.
The greatest loss is not being able to loot that damn stone giant. The crystal head, the cape.
It's all
Stop.
left behind.
All the
Moss of
jewelry of
cape
dead
of moss
rabbits
growing on his back.
and pottery.
The Lord of Low Hills. His stuff should have been ours.
A pottery amulet of +4. Ah!
Ring of following the rules.
You get proficiency with a great club, but -4 to your intelligence score.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think my dragon could do.
That's right. That was your dump stat.
I mean, jump set. It's not that bad.
I'd hope not, given that we're level 60.
Drooling.
I mean, she does troll. But...
Right. Look forward to hearing thoughts then in the coming time before next session.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll have some of that.
We'll probably
Dreads
have
of the
thoughts.
Dreads of the Dragon Coast, where nothing on the coast has actually been that dreadful. Everything.
It's the Dragon Coast, right?
Everything just off the coast.
All the way to the Vilhorn Reach.
Yeah. The dragon disease, yes. The contagious dragon disease.
Who knew? Too topical. Can't have it be.
All right, everyone. I'll talk to you all later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
See ya.
Well, thanks for playing.
Thank
I
you.
go stare out the window now. Who can say?
I wish I could play that on the stream, but Jonas will get in trouble for copyright issues again.
It would be the first time. Oh, shit.
Alright, goodbye stream.